Karibu sana to day 2 of the summit. Hope you guys hope you guys are pumped.
Kama balloon. I won't leave you.
No. Don't leave us. So everybody can drop an emoji of how you're feeling today. Let me just type that out. So drop an emoji of your energy levels for today. Everybody can drop an emoji of how you're feeling today. Let me just type that out. So drop an emoji of your energy levels for today.
Elsie.
Yes.
I want to test out how I can share my screen on a breakout room. So can I be put on my breakout room? Kiasi to just test out how sharing my screen would look like for a minute.
Sure.
It's Manu. Ama?
Yeah.
Nani nataka kupresent?
Me, Hillary.
All right.
Hey, Manu, umetupatia 5 minutes.
Si ulisema 5 minutes.
Oh shit.
Hiyo ilikuwa kidogo.
I said, I'm sorry.
Roll calls.
Hey, sawa, SDG t-shirt, eh? You see you background pale, huh? Sawa, madam OC manager.
Unasema t-shirt na ulikuwa na bana jana.
Yeah, sorry.
Nimeshafika.
Don't you know?
Manu, Meji, you do me that favor.
I'm creating it. Max niwarudishe ama?
Now. Bwari, what do you think? We should go back. Am I okay?
We should go back. The time was not enough. But no, it's 11. Like it's 8 minutes to 11.
Watuongeza 5 minutes.
Hey.
Hatujamaliza tulikuwa tunapiga bana.
Hey.
Ati mko na story?
Pigane simu. Paringa, are you sitting on the throne ama mimi naona nini?
You are embarrassing.
Hillary, can you just present over here? Or breakout room, nimesahau create room ingine.
As in,
I have to start afresh. Itabidi nitoe kina Max.
achuje kwani iko nini?
Watoe. Haya.
Wanafanya nini huko kwa? What you do in the dark shall come to light.
Unaweza share to screen hapa. It's basically the same thing.
Nani mwingine ana stima kama mimi?
Imagine stima zetu leo zilianza kucheza like zinapotea nikiwa kwa shower as in why
Hey.
but ziko
You are very sincere question. Nani uoga quarantine?
what
But when you baby come in my heart, devoted like I am a religion. When I hit the road, other women want to go with this. For the side is that we play.
yani ile utatufanya tukae vibaya oh my god
Wow, inakaa vizuri sana.
Watu wa room 2 best be prepared.
What?
I mean nitaenda hiyo room.
Okay.
Hi Waringa.
Akabaika.
And we are blessed.
Come on. Okay. I told you.
It's okay. I forgive him. Everybody gets cheated on. No, I haven't seen him.
Oh my God, he's so cute.
Eh? What's
Guys,
happening?
I've been meaning to tell you this. One of you is a dog. Brandon?
Nice car.
We should go to dinner sometime.
Absolutely. What year is it?
27. I never said it was mine.
Sherehe.
Imeweza na kakienda basienda na imeweza na ukibebwa basi bebwa nayo kitu safi ende mali safi ende kitu safi ende mali safi ende kauli maisha kwa champes nimeweza kuwasili ndio maana na macheri na machingi na kuiza hata ukikana kadele niko busy na mabig fish wa jiji macheck kusaniwa dikala pia niki mawe kibao kuzibeba ni tizi wanakata ni
Hey man, pretty choreography.
Wapi Terry?
Things look anywhere near your bed.
How is everyone feeling? Let's drop an emoji of how you're feeling this morning. Energy levels.
Kosi uradi nipate nimechill na kabinti pombe mingi hadi anashanga na sisi kila siku ya wiki get tipsy na nikiget dona blow dollar na DJ me na play me down the handy we started out slow nilikuwa game heavy ish too crazy kukumbuka siwezi nilijiget home juu ya bed
Simasoni mangire zimenaz
Early, it's too early. Ricky, amazing to Maureen. Maureen.
Zimenaz.
See you, Tess. Yes. Do shout out to everyone who came up early. Ricky, Tonya, Kat, Terry, amazing. You guys are doing the most, you know? Tess, hujafanya nini?
That's the truth.
Malizaki, who remembers Jana during Kahoot? Hata uko unajua which lyric was the wrong one. Just listen to the song again, but you're not still hearing those lyrics. Hey,
that game, man, it made me so sad. I really thought about my life. I just asked myself, Tess, what do you really know? What do you really know? I don't know.
That's the truth. That's the truth. Good. You see, we are quite a number. Frank is back. Frank. I see Frank nilikuwa number last when I was in primary, and I'm just like, not today. I can't hear the music.
Frank was number last. When? Where? Tell us about it.
I tell you about what?
You're saying something about Frank being number last?
No.
Tuna pull up raia wa tuta, tuko juu ya nduthi na backup ya Uber, mademo na kachuni maposti kihuda, wenye wanastaga nikawa na banjuka, nilituma badala ya kuchungwa, hiyo tena iwezi juu za dunda, itabaki wametokwa, kama mlango haijafungwa, hizi bunda
I didn't have credit. I didn't call it on that one. That's not on I didn't have credit. I was so exaggerated.
Guys who are joining us, karibu sana. This is day 2 of the summit. So much has been planned out. Be ready with mad energy, cause hey,
It's
you know
day
what,
2, baby.
It's about to go down. So let me just pass it back to Maureen, OCP, so that we can have a flow of the agenda.
Okay, hi guys. Yeah, we'll have Yator read for us the agenda of the day. So Yator.
Okay, hi guys. Welcome to the second day of the summit. We're supposed to start by giving a brief recap of what happened yesterday. So we had an introduction of AIESEC by Tess. She said that AIESEC is a global platform for young people to explore and develop their leadership development. And it is a non-political, independent, and run by student organization. Then we had our next speaker, who was Ruby V. Ruby V she's the founder of Uncut Africa, radio host, content creator, and mental health advocate. Oh no, before that, we had Maureen, who gave us summit objectives, which are to raise awareness on SDGs and inspire youth to volunteer the time and resources. 2, give seminar attendees the necessary tools and resources required to pursue the SDGs and the realizations. 3, identify examples of effective sustainable actions in support of SDGs in place. Then the last one was create an environment by which attendees are able to understand their roles and contributions in their achievements. So the number of speakers we had yesterday were Ruby V, there was Grace Kosi, there was Karura Laura, and Ezra. So Ruby V was the first to start. She's the founder of Uncut Africa. She's a radio host. She's a content creator and a mental health advocate. She spoke about the role of social media on youth. The key things I personally learned from them were to 1, find an outlet for your creativity. 2, social media can trigger anxiety and depression. 3, stop comparing yourselves to others unfavorably and practice meditation and self-reflection. And the key one, like my favorite of all, was this one: it's cowardly to run or not accept that there is a problem. So you need to face it head on. Yeah, then the next speaker we had was Grace Kosi. She's the founder of Able Pursuits. She's also a former AIESEC member, AIESEC in MOI. Yeah, so she taught us how to, okay, the key things that I found from her topic were like self-care, the SMART goals, which are specific, measurable, actionable, relevant, and timely. And also stay motivated and never stop learning. Yeah, she also said that self-care is not selfish. Yeah. Oh, and then our next speaker was Karura Laura. She came to speak about the topic of holistic me. What I learned from that personally were to follow my passions, and also like I liked what she said about priorities. You know, you can be doing something, but you should also make sure that you have your friends to back you up. Yeah, like concentrate sana na nini. You should know that like you have friends. Like choose your friends wisely. They can take you everywhere. Then our last speaker was Ezra. Ezra was from SDSN. He gave us steps on how to lead a successful project. So he talked about the 5 steps, which is vision, plan, promote, do, and review. So that was, the vision was you should need to know your vision, your objectives, and your passions. 2, plan, you need to have a timetable of activities, recruit your team, and then figure out the logistics of everything before you can start your project. Then the third one was promote, which find your target audience, know your audience, and also know like the importance of your audience and how they can help with developing your project. And then do was mainly dealing with leadership, team management, the art of delegates. Yeah, and then review. We learned about the importance of review and why it's important to do it. Yeah. So, we also had an activity where people were split into SDG groups. The purpose of this activity was to enable people to learn about what other SDGs are doing. You know, like you might be, your favorite SDG might, for example, like mine is 9 and 11, but you need to know what other SDGs are doing. So that's what we did yesterday. We tackled SDG 1 and 2, no poverty, zero hunger, SDG 13, 14, 15, climate action, life below water, life on land, and SDG 3 and 6, good health and well-being, and the last one was clean water and sanitation. And the last one was SDG 9 and 11, industry, innovation, and infrastructure, and sustainable cities and communities. So the guys who came yesterday got a few recap on those SDGs, the projects that are going on currently in the world, and what you can do. So yes, and we also had engaging games. We had a Kahoot, which was really nice. And also some puns. I'm really looking forward to them today. So I think that's my part. I pass it over to the moderator, Max.
Hey guys, a very good morning to everybody. If you're seeing us live on YouTube, if you're here, if it's your first time being here, and everyone who has just made time in this chilly morning just to be with us for the second day of the Youth for Global Goals Summit. I'm happy to be here as well, and I think my role is first of all to take you through the agenda of the day. So first of all, we've had Sharon Yator, who is the OCVP for this organizing committee, organizing this Youth for Global Goals Summit. So she has taken us through the a brief recap of what we had yesterday, and I'll take you through what we're gonna expect from now moving forward. Elsie, sorry, I won't present for now. Yeah, but maybe next time I will. Yeah, so right now I'm gonna read for you the day's agenda. So our first speaker, we're gonna have a lady who is the founder of Believe Mental Health Care. She's gonna talk about imposter syndrome and the role it plays towards youth leadership and society. Then we're gonna have a Q&A afterwards. And we're gonna have a punch at break afterwards. Then introduce the next speaker, who is from SDSN, talking about youth unemployment and regional integration. And have a Q&A session again. Have another punch at break, an amazing one, coupled up with the riddles today. Then introduce the next person who is gonna, introduce the next session, which we're gonna disperse into the breakout rooms once more, just like yesterday, and discuss more about SDGs, with our various breakout room leaders. We're also gonna have a Kahoot game like yesterday. The OC is gonna tell us the theme of today before we do it. Then we're gonna also share some AIESEC stories, exchange stories. Next, you're gonna have, I'm sure most of you have waited for her quite a while, Patricia Kihoro. She's gonna speak, and the topic is creative industries and sustainable development, on how you're gonna use our talent and skills for a more sustainable future. You're gonna have a Q&A session afterwards as well. You're gonna introduce our last speaker, who is the founder of Millennium Campus Network, as he is called Sam Varga. She's gonna join us live from New York, that is the States. And the topic he's gonna talk about is how to build a professional network. And we're gonna have a Q&A session as well. Afterwards, after the Q&A session, you're gonna have, of course, our regular punch at break, coupled up with riddles, as I have informed you. Next session is gonna be the group leaders. Breakout room leaders are gonna present briefly on what they have discussed. So starting from the first group, second group, third group, and fourth group, we'll be told about the SDGs that we're gonna focus on today, and we're gonna have very brief discussions on them. Then lastly, you're gonna be introduced to the amazing team that organized this summit. Since it is our last day, we're gonna hear a word from the president of the team that organized this, plus the other team members. And lastly, we're gonna have a vote of thanks. So that is what you should expect from the summit today. And if you're feeling pumped and psyched up for that agenda, type on the chat box Y4GG. I want to hear it if I proceed. Y4GG on the chat box. Y4GG, Warinda, thank you. Y4GG. Someone else. Jerry, thank you. Wangui, thank you. Yator, Limo, Steve. I want to hear someone. Easy. Stephanie, thank you. Amazing. So without further ado, I would love to welcome Boari, maybe just to say what her expectations are for today before I welcome the first speaker. Boari?
Hi guys, I hope you're fine, you're excited as I am. So today is another day in this summit, which I'm so excited. I hope you are too. My expectations, just enjoy participation, play, give your answers for the puns and the riddles, ask questions because the speakers are here for you. Basically that, enjoy participation, and yeah, everything will be fine. I'm really excited. Today's going to be bigger and better. And go to not YouTube. Go to Instagram, Twitter, and use the hashtag Y4GG Summit Kenya, and just tweet and tag the page. And also the rules for the Zoom call: please do not do not unmute or use your microphone unless you're asked to. So either raise your hand or ask if you could say something or ask a question. Yeah, also let's not go wild on the chat box. Let's mind whatever we're going to post, and also do not share the link with people who did not sign up. Yeah, so thank you. Max, back to you.
Thank you very much, Boari. Wow. Thank you very much, Boari. We're gonna proceed right ahead to our first speaker. So our first guest for the Youth for Global Goals Summit for day 2 is a young, passionate advocate for mental health and wellness. She champions for female empowerment in society. She is the founder and the CEO of Believe Mental Health Care Organization, which is a community-based organization working on mental health and culture conversations and also projects. She is a JQuat alumnus. She builds transformational capabilities in children, youth, and women. And this guest is none other than, drum rolls, Tracy Lumbasi. Hi, Tracy.
Hi.
How are you?
I'm fine.
We're so happy to have you this morning. Maybe you can tell us, first of all, what you have installed for us briefly.
Okay. So I'm Tracy. I'm honored to be here, and I'm supposed to take you guys through imposter syndrome and the role it plays towards youth leadership in the society. So,
nice. Thank you very much for that. Before we start, as we have been having as a routine, we would love to ask you maybe what is your favorite SDG, Sustainable Development Goal, and why is it your best?
SDG 5 is my favorite goal because it's about balance, power balance in all spheres of the society, economic, political, personal, social, everything. So all wants to create a balance. It does not want to create, it does not want to prove one gender is better than the other. So that's what I like about it. It's about
Thank
balance.
you very much. And I believe with that said, I will ask you to take it away and tell us what you have for us today. I'll remind you of 20 minutes. We'd love for you to keep time so that we can have a lot of questions for you afterwards. Thank you very much. Take it away.
Okay. So I would like to begin by first telling you guys about the definition of leadership, youth leadership in the society. I feel like a lot of youth have boxed the term leadership or the practice of leadership into one sphere. Just say that it's either about being influential or being famous. And the thing that youths need to know about leadership is more. It's about either being managing or coordinating something or delegating some roles and responsibilities, starting or initiating necessary or essential conversations in your society, facilitating anything, an activity, an exercise. So this is leadership for me. And if I feel that youths need to grasp what leadership is. So as youth, for me, I feel youth are the bold movement or the force in our country, community, and even the continent for development. Youth are inclusive and diverse in their personalities, skills, abilities, and talents, and them not knowing what leadership is, it deters development in the society and even change. So back to imposter syndrome and how it plays a role towards youth leadership. So I feel like all of us here have been affected by a little bit of imposter syndrome, and imposter syndrome can be defined in various ways. This is my definition. It's a collection of feelings of inadequacy that persist despite evidence of success. And people who are affected by imposter syndrome suffer from chronic self-doubt and a sense of intellectual fraudness that override any feeling of success or external proof of their competence. So, having feelings of self-doubt in youths can be caused by a lot of factors, either being raised where you've been told that you're not capable of something, or when you give an opinion and it's not received well. It's being received with a lot of judgment, or it's being knocked down, or either if you've ever experienced, you've been gaslighted before, you have had experience of negativity, and this has impacted your confidence in your opinions, in your perspectives. This can lead to chronic self-doubt in future. It can also be caused by often being criticized in your childhood by the adults in your life. And you have now started to develop unhelpful beliefs around your self-concept. And this is your self-esteem, your self-confidence. So, imposter syndrome. So when you have these feelings of self-doubt, even though you know you are good, you are skilled at something, this is going to affect any ounce of initiative or development or idea or creativity that you wanted to put forth in the community or the society that you live in. And there are several types of imposter syndrome that youths have shown or have been studied to show. So I'm just going to list them and then give examples on each type of imposter syndrome. The perfectionist. We like to call these people control freaks. They're difficult in delegating. They always want things to go their own way because they feel if they let anything outside their control, it's going, like it will not be what they had envisioned. So they're perfectionists. And this is a type of imposter syndrome. The superwoman or the superman. This is someone who works harder. They push themselves. They're workaholics. Even though they know if they do a little bit of the work, they will achieve that success, they still overwork themselves. They engage a lot in their work. And then we have the natural genius. This is someone who believes they need to get things right at the first go. So if they don't, they feel that they have failed. Even though if they tried it again, they'll have achieved the intended results. It doesn't matter. For them, they feel that the people or that the person who is supposed to get things right at the first go. Failure to them is not an option, or correction or anything. So, and then we have the soloist. These are people that they don't ask for help. And then you have the expert. These are people that measure their competence based on what and how much they know and how and what they can do. So all these are types of imposter syndrome. The psychological pattern in which one doubts one accomplishment and has persistent internalized fear of being exposed as a fraud. So they have these activities, or you can say order, that make them exhibit either being a perfectionist, a superwoman, a superman, a natural genius, a soloist, or an expert. So this is how they have shelled themselves from the outside world so that they do not have those feelings of self-doubt. Okay, so how can one mitigate the feelings, this chronic self-doubt, this persistent fear that I'm going to be found out as a fraud, that people are going to realize I'm really not that good at anything? First, you need to recognize your imposter feelings. What are they? Are they feelings that when you want to do something, when you have been approached to delegate something, to manage something, to coordinate anything, you start feeling like, oh no, why? I'm not going to be able to do this. But you're not seeing that you are really good at that thing, that you have been recognized to go and coordinate it or manage it. That is at the back of your mind. All you're feeling is that I'm going to be found out that I'm not really good at this thing, that it was just by luck that I did it the first time. And then the second thing that you need to do, you need to talk about your feelings. You need to have open dialogue with your friends or your support system and talk to them how you feel. Because the people around you are the ones that know who you are. They know your limits, they know your strengths, your weaknesses. So when you talk to them, you'll have a bit of validation in your competence, in your achievement. You need to consider the context, the environment. Consider the environment of where you are, of where you feel like you're a fraud. Is this, you need to ask yourself, is this really necessary? Like, do these feelings of self-doubt apply to this environment, apply to this specific topic? And then you need to reframe failure as a learning opportunity. And this is something that I am also learning. Do not be afraid to fail. Failure is a learning opportunity. From failing, you learn a lot of things from it. New strategies, new approaches, new ways, new pathways towards a goal. So be open to failure. Reframe your mindset on failure. And also be kind to yourself. Validate yourself. Seek support. Visualize your success. This is it's a habit for people who succeed. I was watching a YouTube video yesterday. They say millionaires' habit. They set higher goals. So visualize your success and then work on them, the small steps. See yourself as a work in progress. Everybody is working towards something. So do not push yourself that hard, but build on the steps, build on the foundation. And there's no shame in asking for help. So I would like to end this session by just saying that you need to know you are worthy, you are better than what you think you are, you are smarter than what you think you are, and you know more than what you give yourself credit for. And you need to remind yourself this often. You're better, you're smarter than what you give credit for. And that's it. I think I'm off.
Tracy, I think you're one of the most amazing guests, not because you shared some very nice words, but also you have managed to keep the time that we allocated for you. And we thank you for that. So as all of you begin to type your questions in the chat box, I would love just to ask Tracy, what inspires you to take this route or career on mental health?
So first, all my activities are rooted around the foundation of humanity. That's why I decided to enter into the civil and social organization sector. I feel human infrastructure begets physical infrastructure. When you have people who have developed themselves internally and externally, outside development will be faster, will be effective, will be efficient, and will be sustainable. Instead of developing physical infrastructure and putting people who do not know themselves to work there, the machine is not going to move. It will not evolve, to be stagnant.
Okay, thank you. Okay, so would you attribute the recent cases of, should I say rape, should I say killings, should I say early pregnancies of the youth of today to bad mental health or poor mental health? So would you attribute all these problems of society facing the youth, and I've said including rape, including early pregnancies and such things, to bad mental health? Yeah.
No, these things need to be considered comprehensively. There are a lot of things that have influenced rape, confinement, gender-based violence, killings, and all that. And it's about realizing the intersectionality of things, factors that leads to this. First of all, I think in cases of rape and defilement, for me, I feel we need to raise our values as a community and see that as a community, information on rape and defilement that bordered on stigma, on shame. So I think we need to come and talk openly, have open dialogues on these things. When we converse on things, they push for growth, relearning, rethinking. We get to be reintroduced into other beliefs, other cultures. So our community is shy to talk about rape, defilement, because we feel it's a sensitive subject. There's a lot of shame within it. Like, there's no awareness, there's no information, open information on sex education, on sexuality. So talking about these things, it makes people cringe. And this habit is now pushing the rape culture, because we don't want to address the feelings of the victims, the perpetrators. We don't want to pass judgment, justice to them. It's going in a continuum. It will continue unless we talk to them openly. And we need to see there are a lot of things that influence
Okay.
what we are facing now. Yeah.
Okay, thank you. I've heard you mention of sex education. So first of all, do you think sex education should be introduced inside our schools? And also, would you say the mental, like our schools have a proper mechanism on dealing with mental health issues?
I'm actually working on a project on that. And our schools don't have proper mechanisms to deal with mental health. They don't. They just have, during terms, during the beginning of terms, ukiwa shuleni kitambo, mkifungua term, the first week, this teachers and the head teachers, they have meetings, they make timetables, they elect teachers for art, teachers for guiding and counseling. And you see, these teachers don't have any background in psychology or in counseling. So they don't have a mechanism, mental health issues and behavioral issues in schools. And I am a big advocate for sex education in schools. Sex education needs to be introduced in schools.
Okay.
Yeah.
Thank you very much. Okay. So how would you advise us to manage imposter syndrome at the same time be able to maintain very high standards of competency in the work we do?
I feel as youth, we need to realize that we are growing. Yes, we have the skill set, we have the ideas, we have the strategies. I feel we need to realize that we are a work in progress. We need to get those experience. We need to improve on them, but in a realistic way. There's the type of the expert. You can see this is a type of imposter syndrome where this person is hungry for qualifications. So if there's any avenue to go and do any certificate, they're always there. They're always hunting for that extra certificate, that extra diploma. But that's not the thing about imposter syndrome. You feel you need to get qualifications on qualifications. But the thing is, you need to become self-aware with yourself, with your finding your purpose, finding your cause, and looking at the small steps that you need to develop towards your goal. You need to ask yourself, do I need this qualification? Do I need this certification? And strategically decide which qualifications and certifications that you need. Find yourself, go deep. What do I need? Where do I want to go? And how am I going to get there? Do I need this certification, or do I need this experience? Do I need this internship? Do I need to facilitate a conversation in my community so that I can get those different perspectives and bound them and marry them with what already I have learned so that it can lead to development? I think youth need to see that it's not about what you have or what qualifications you have or what you are doing extra. It's about how you're doing it. It's about the strategy. It's about the progress. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, you had mentioned a bit of family when you're giving introduction on imposter syndrome, that you may get imposter syndrome from the family. Yeah.
Yeah.
So at times it is very hard for us to separate how we live from our families. So maybe my question would be, or differentiate how our family behaviors from ourselves. Maybe I would ask, how would you advise us or the youth to think independently? So not detaching themselves from their family or their family behaviors, and maintaining those good relations, but as well as thinking independently.
I think this comes to the part of building boundaries. You need to build boundaries with your family, build boundaries with your friends, and also build boundaries for yourself, for your mental health, for your emotional health. So when you have boundaries, when you say you have already established that, I know you like saying this, but to me, this is not good. It makes me feel bad when you have built that boundary. So it will help you. You'll grow stronger emotionally and mentally. So having boundaries with your family is another step towards healthy relationship with them, and also healthy relationship with yourself and with your self-confidence, with your self-esteem.
Okay, thank you very much. I'm aware that you do projects that relates to children, youth, and women.
Yeah.
But I'll bring a question on men. Do you think the men are being very much segregated in terms of mental health? No one cares about what they feel or what they want. So do you feel like there is a disadvantage for men in society, or do you just think that men don't open up?
Well, I don't think men are being segregated. Why? Because the people that are working towards empowerment and development with women are women. Women are the ones facilitating development and empowerment for themselves. So I feel men have these privileges and entitlements and healthy entitlements that instead for them to start something towards their own mental health, they're sort of, I'm going to say, complaining on how
Hello? Okay, I guess we've lost her for a minute there. Maybe we can give a minute before she comes back. Tracy, are you there? Maria Teresa, are you there?
Wow. Yeah, I am here.
Yeah, I had to confirm so that I thought maybe it would be a problem on my side. So maybe as she connects back to the call, maybe I would request you guys to type in your questions over there. Type in your questions if you have any. But if you don't have any question, then it's okay.
Sorry
Tracy,
about that. Yes.
Okay, you're back. So you are.
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay. So thank you. Ulikuwa tuelezea kuhusu the men.
Yeah. As I was saying, men don't open up easily, and it's because they have a sense of bravado, ego, pride. So they rather suffer with their feelings, with their stress, than share. Yeah.
Okay. Thank you very much. Maybe for the purposes of public knowledge, what did you study at JQuat? If I'm right, yeah.
I did agriculture, Bachelor of Science in Agriculture.
Yeah, I wanted to bring out the point that you can diversify the thinking of the career you want to take, which is a very amazing thing. You can raise your hand for the viewers who are here. Maybe you could get if you have any questions from YouTube for Tracy, or if you have any question, you can just type on the chat box. I wanna see, or you can raise your hand. I can give you permission to ask it. Okay, Boari, please.
Hi, my name is Bwari. I have a question. So I was checking your LinkedIn page profile, and I kind of saw that you are a social realist feminist.
Yeah.
Okay, so now I have a question on the feminist section, because many people normally have different descriptions, and they just, like, everyone has a different understanding of what is, yeah, and to some point it's heading to a negative direction, and I think it might sync with your topic of today, probably imposter, like just being something that you're not, people just hating on men just because they had being a feminist, you have to hate men. Like, what is your description of the social realist feminist, that like someone willing to be like, okay, so what do you do? Yeah.
Okay, I think we need to define feminism. A lot of youth need to define feminism for themselves, and feminism is getting a bad press because of people are confusing women who are angry and sad and stressed as feminism, and that's not it. Feminism is about just advocating for equal rights for all genders. And the bad press comes in where this is, how can I put it? People who don't want that progress, that equality, they're now injecting bad ideas into it. Like, feminism is about hating men. It's about making women be higher than men. And that's not feminism. Feminism is about equality for all sexes, for all genders, and it's about advocating for women's rights. Women have not have freedom to exercise their rights to the fullest, and that's why feminism is more lenient towards women's rights, because we want to reach at a level where the point where men are exercising their rights to that freedom point. We want to be there with the men. That's why we are doing women projects, women conversations, so that we are raising the bar to reach where the men are. Yeah. Okay. So a social realist feminist, it's where I consider the resources that we have, the environment that we have. So I curate my projects and exercise, being aware of the environment and resources that are present in that area. So to push for the feminist vision, for the feminist future, because you cannot just adopt a project from, let's say, the Western world, or let's say South Africa. It's a really developed African country, and come and replicate it here, because it will not work. You need to be aware of the social factors in this area and how adoption process of ideas go. Yeah.
Thank you so much.
It is my opinion that the conversation on mental health can never end. This is a conversation that should be ongoing everywhere, and we thank you, Tracy, for sort of bringing it out here at the Youth for Global Goals Summit, so that we can spark more conversations with related to mental health and imposter syndrome. I believe we don't have any questions for you. No further questions for you. I believe if there is there anyone with a question? Then raise your hand using that icon. I believe no. Thank you very much, Tracy. It was amazing having you here, and you have actually helped us just understand more about imposter syndrome and everything. I would love to have you some other time here to continue with this discussion. Thank you very much.
Okay, thank you. It was a pleasure.
You can leave us with your social media handles for anyone who wants to.
Yeah. Okay, you can follow me on Instagram, Facebook, and YouTube at Believe Mental Health Care Organization.
Okay.
Share, comment, and all that.
Okay. Thank you very much. It was an honor. Okay, guys. Drum rolls for our next. So we are into the punch shot break. Are you guys ready? Type Y4GG on the chat box if you're ready for the puns and the riddles. Y4GG on the chat box. Y4GG on the chat box. Why can't I see Y4GG? We're not doing puns without Y4GG on the chat box, by the way. Thank you, Jerry. Sawa. Yeah. I'm gonna present my screen right now. Okay. Can anyone see my screen? Buari, can my screen be seen?
Yes, we can see.
Okay. This first pun. Okay, first of all, to introduce this session is that we're just wasting your time. Time well wasted. Don't think too much. These are puns. These are things that will make you look a little bit foolish or a little bit smart. So don't take it too seriously and enjoy participation, as Buari said. Yeah. So this is a punch and break with Max and Buari. So this first pun, before anyone else answers, I want to pose it to Tracy Lumbasi. So, Tracy, what do you call fake noodles? Tracy, what do you call fake noodles? This is a pun, remember. What do you call fake noodles? Tracy, you could answer. Okay, as she thinks about it, anyone else? Chat box.
Yeah, people are saying they know the answer. Okay, so the first person, Frank again, imposter, everyone. Elsie says noodland. Wow, Elsie. Wow.
Noodland. Oh my God, really? Wow.
You're not okay.
Who was the first person to answer this?
Frank.
Frank.
Let me confirm. Yeah,
Frank, I told you you're not gonna win puns today, Frank. I think
Frank shouldn't play.
Frank, you can sit this one out, eh? You're right. We call them imposters. And if you attended this session and you didn't answer this right, I don't know what you're here to do. I think you should just maybe think of. Anyway, next pun. Why is it so sad to be a vegetarian? Why is it so sad to be a vegetarian?
Honestly, if someone gets this one,
Gloria, you can
Okay.
Gloria, you can, I've seen you've raised your hand, Gloria. You can open your mic and say the answer.
I guess it's because it doesn't meet your expectations.
Wow. Okay, that's a
Malcolm,
good analogy. Anyone else?
Malcolm says you can't beef. Karen says you don't meet with people. Yeah. Ivy says no beef.
No beef.
Yeah,
Wow.
so
Wow.
there's a
Why
lot
is
of
it
beef
that no beef?
in this.
The answer is because it's a big mistake.
I always laugh, no matter how many times I see this, but
It's a big mistake. Anyway, we are sorry for vegetarians in the group or who are watching us live, but yeah, it is our thought that it is a big mistake. Next one. So what do you call the process of making belts out of watches? What do you call the process of making belts out of watches? You can
this
raise
one
your
is a
hand
good one.
or you can type on the chat box. Bori, help me check.
Participation. Elsie says no time.
No time.
Melissa says wasting time.
Wasting time. How has he put it? Is it the right way?
Not really, but
okay.
We can wait for the rest. Frank says waste of time. Frank.
Okay,
Jerry
Frank, I think at this moment you're gonna remove Frank from the call. You guys, if the president can allow me, I'm gonna remove Frank from the call.
Edwin says it's wasting time. A waste of time. Okay, so I think
you guys are very geniuses. The answer is it is a waste of time.
Yeah. Frank, atoke game. Frank, you shouldn't play this game anymore.
We move forward. What did the lizard say is the reason of naming her child Tiny? What did the lizard say is the reason of naming her child Tiny? So the lizard, I'm assuming it's a mother lizard, who gave birth and named its child, or his or her child, Tiny. Why do you think is the case? Bari, do we have a right answer?
No one has answered yet. Enjoy participation, guys. Everyone is asking for Frank. Frank is nowhere to be seen.
Do you have a right answer? Do you have an answer?
Youth Speak, I think that's Sam's. Says because she is tiny. Okay.
Because she's tiny. Wow.
Says trick. Tracy Lumbas, it says because it was lazy.
Because it was lazy. Wow. Guys, I thought you guys are geniuses. What has happened? Frank, where are you? Where is the genius?
Frank, Elsie says give us 2 minutes. Wow, integrity.
No.
Integrity.
2 minutes.
Everyone is on Google now.
Before I'm talking Google, watch to know answer and so that you don't go back there. The reason is because he is minute. So the lizard said he is minute.
No.
No. Wow, this didn't crack me up.
I think I'll take the bragging rights on this one. Thank you very much, Frank, for giving me the opportunity to take this one. And everyone else who's answering. And if you can see my screen well enough, is the pun is, why is Ireland's capital city have the fastest growing population? Why is Ireland's capital city have the fastest growing population? Chat box. or you can raise your hand and give you the opportunity to ask it.
Enjoy
Why-
participation, guys.
Yeah,
Text
enjoy participation, Bana. We want to see answers. We want to see answers.
and demonstrate integrity, please. Okay, Frank.
Mind Google.
Frank
You know, I can
says
see.
it was doubling. Ricky says it keeps doubling. Tracy Lumbasi says because it's doubling double. I second Mori says doubling. Elsie, what is a capital city?
Wow, Elsie.
What is
That Elsie.
oh,
Okay, Elsie.
Dublin.
Elsie, I can give you the opportunity to sit this one out. Maybe you can wait for Kahoot. You can wait for Kahoot, Elsie.
Okay.
Okay.
Max,
Yeah, the
Max,
answer
relax.
is
Max, relax. Hey.
the answer is that it keeps doubling. So if you answer this one correct, you have the bragging rights on this one.
Bragging right.
It keeps doubling. So, and I think the last one is, why is it so gross to fart inside an elevator? Why is it gross to fart inside an elevator? You can raise your hand or type in the chat box. Why is it so gross?
Hi, Frank. Frank
elevator?
already answered. He says wrong on so many levels.
Who's that?
Frank.
Okay, I think this is the point where we remove her from the call, him from the call, yeah?
This is where no. We just say, okay, Ricky says you always take it higher.
Wow. That's a good one.
Hillary says because it elevates my nausea.
Okay.
Hillary also says hot air rises. Oh my goodness, what on
Hillary, you're thinking too much. You're thinking too much. Wow.
Well, I'm
The answer
done for
is
the day.
because it's wrong on so many levels. So farting in an elevator is wrong. Yeah.
Also, I've noticed we're not checking on YouTube. So someone responded on YouTube, that's Susan Lengewa, and she got the imposter answer correct. And Leulin, okay, I don't know how to pronounce his name, but he got Dublin. So thank you for that information. YouTube
you.
guys, we appreciate you also.
Yeah, thank you guys on YouTube. Thank you very much, guys on YouTube. So the next question I'm gonna pose. I don't need an answer right now. So you can give me when we begin the other session, like when we end the other session. So the next session, you're gonna begin it with the answer. Sorry, you're gonna end it with the answer to the next riddle I'm gonna pose. You're gonna give me the answer before you begin the other puns from the next session. Yeah, I think I hope I've been heard correctly. Okay, so this is the riddle. I have many branches, but no fruit, no trunk, and no leaves. Who am I? I have branches, but no fruit, no trunk, and no leaves. Who am I?
Someone already answered the question.
Oh my
two
God.
people. Okay, everyone. Everyone is saying a bank. Okay, so let me read the names. Okay. Pani. Okay, is it Panyops or Pan? Okay, Panyops said a bank. Terry, a bank. Karen, bank. Sharon, bank. Silesi. Oh, whoa, you guys have amazing names that I don't know how to pronounce. A bank. Havila, company. Okay. Isaac Moi, bank. Wendy, bank. Oh, sorry. But okay. But Shaki Hora got the answer right. She was the first one.
Patricia is here. Wow.
Yeah.
Okay. So you guys, Patricia is here to give you a run for your money. Frank, be aware.
Patricia is like the queen of puns.
Whoa. Okay. Okay.
Okay. I think we are done for the first session of the puns and riddles. So you guys are correct, I think. So I have many branches, but no fruit, no trunk, no leaves. The answer is a bank. Thank you very much for all those who answered correctly. Patricia, you also have the bragging rights on this one. Yeah. Okay. Okay, Buari, I think I will pass it over to you to take over the next session. Thank you very much, Patricia, for joining us as well.
So, thank you for this opportunity. I hope everyone is psyched up for the next speaker. So, on a scale of 1 to 5, kindly type in like on the chat box where your excitement is at. So if it's 5, it's not limited to 5, so you can put 3,000. Make the speaker happy. Yes, thank you. So for the next speaker is an amazing young lady who is going to take us through the youth and unemployment and regional integration. And so she has been a project consultant at Pamoja Network. She is in her 4th year doing law in Strathmore. She is also a project officer and advisor at SDSN Youth. She is a director for Policy Act Initiative. She's an ambassador of SDG 8, and she is also she provides mentorship for young people and runs projects with the agricultural scope. So this is a young lady who is our age mate almost. Okay, for the people who, okay, she's my age mate, 22 years old, and she's really done a lot. I'm just looking at her bio and I'm just like, whoa. Okay, and so I really want us to appreciate and welcome Stephanie Wamalwa, who is going to join us and listen to what she has in store for us. Yeah. Hi, Stephanie.
Hi, boy. Thank you so much for that introduction. Like, yeah, you made it so extra, but yeah, thank you.
Well, we do extra here. You've also done extras. So, before you even start with your presentation or session, what we normally do is ask about your SDG. So, what is your favorite SDG and why? I know you're an ambassador for SDG 8, but I'll still ask, give us your why, so that we understand why, yes, you.
Okay. My favorite SDG is SDG 8. Why? Because I feel like that SDG has a lot to offer. Like you can intertwine it with a lot of things, and seeing that economic growth is one of the key aspects that developing countries are focusing on right now, then coming from a developing country, it would make sense to focus on that SDG to try and bring your country like from where it is to a better place. So yeah, that's why.
That's really amazing. Yeah, so you can take it away. You have 20 minutes to give us all the information you can give. We'll take it all in, and then we'll go into the question and answer session.
Okay, no problem. Okay, so my topic today is on youth unemployment and regional integration. I think these two topics have usually they exist on their own, but I feel like they have a lot of, if you look at both of them together. Mainly because if you look at the statistics of youth unemployment in the past, in 2019, August in Kenya, we have about a 39% rate of youth unemployment. And that's a major increase like in the past 10 years, because in 2009, we had 13.6% rate. So that means that, we're not doing really well in this sector. And when you look further into that data, you find out that most of the unemployed youth are people who are educated, people who've gone to university and have, gotten their degrees already, but they're still they're still being unemployed. So where's the problem? Like we need to identify that. And then also during this period, it's been a period where we're seeing many agreements that our country is trying to go into, and we are joining different regional integration groups, and we're finding ways on how we're going to work together. So I think it's just, it's easier to bring both of these topics together, especially at this time, so that we know as youth how we can use these agreements for our advantage. So what is regional integration? Regional integration is when your country country comes into integration with other countries, maybe in your region like the EAC, COMESA. In South Africa, we have SADC, West Africa, we have ECOWAS, and among others. So regional integration is meant to promote trade in the various regions and to like create more jobs basically, because when trade is liberalized, then that means that there are lower tariffs and there are lower restrictions as to how we interact with each other. So seeing that that's the case, then this should be an avenue where young people can get jobs from, such activities. So I was looking at most of the, most of the regional economic communities. And I can see that whenever there's an agreement that comes in, then that means that there's more creation of jobs in different industries. And then that shows that, for example, someone might have trained in a specific field, but then when the jobs come up, that means that they have not been specifically focused on the field that the jobs are coming up in. So that forms a skill mismatch. And when I was thinking about regional integration, I was thinking about we might have like a mismatch of skills in Kenya. Like, we have a specific area where there are many people trained in that area, then an area where there are no people trained in that area. So like if we're to open up our boundaries and be free enough and like allow ourselves to gain jobs in other places, not only in Kenya, based on our qualifications, then that would be a benefit. We're not just looking at why are these people coming into Kenya and take our jobs. We're also looking at where we're going to get money from, how we're helping each other, because the whole point of regional integration is to grow all our countries, like especially us developing and least developing countries. We need this integration because as the country that we have to work in groups. Like the more we are, the easier it is for our voices to be heard, especially in places like the WTO. So that's what I was thinking. And how do they relate? Like when you have regional trade agreements, a lot of things change, like a lot of policies change, and that policy is usually like integrated into a domestic legislation. So first of all, I realized that most youth aren't really interested in policy, they are, but they don't understand like what that policy is bringing to the table and how it might affect them, because it just looks like a distant problem to them. But then when we realized this, I came up with an initiative with some of my colleagues. And it's the Policy Act initiative, whereby you have workshops to train different youth on the policies in the country and even policies that are, focused on SDGs and other goals. So when someone is more educated about what is happening around them, then they may be able to, stand up for what is better for them and not just let things flow. Like, I don't know how to explain, but not just let things flow the way they think the government is capable of doing. So the whole reason I'm bringing this up is because, as I said before, when investors are looking into where they want to invest foreign direct investment, they look at places where there's strength in numbers. And for us, we need that kind of money to continue our projects as developing countries, because we might not, we don't want to accept it, but we get our money from elsewhere. And as much as we have the resources, our skills and a lot of other things are outsourced. So that would be a way to attract more of these investors into our region. And that would mean that there's a creation of jobs, whether they're casual jobs or white collar jobs. There's still going to be a big creation of jobs when that happens. So we should focus on, we should focus on learning more about our region and how we're working together to attract such opportunities. So what the next steps that you have is, I realized that when young people are choosing their path, like career paths and everything, they usually have a sort of split between passion and education. Like your parents tell you that you would be better off as a lawyer, but you feel you'd be better off as a DJ. Like, they're just different things that come into, that contribute to those factors as youth. So when we're coming in to think about such things, we don't just come in and think about them in a way that, I'm passionate about this is what I'm going to do. We should think about it as, I'm passionate about this, where the opportunities that this comes in, like how am I going to put my passion into a development, or how am I going to develop this passion that I have? So that comes in when you know exactly what's happening around you. And I mean, you're not just blindly throwing your shot in the dark. Like, so long as you know that maybe this agreement deals with maybe digital innovation and you want to venture into that side, then you're able to know that your market is not just limited to Kenya, it's limited to, I mean, not limited, but it's expansive on a regional level and even higher if you do well. So when that balance comes in, we should know how to like tap into it. And then also when you're looking at different like policies and how we're going to make them, how we're going to make them promote what we want as youth, we should also look at like specific policies. Like there are two types of policies that you can have, and that's like the supply policy and the demand policy side. These are two different sides in that when you're looking at economic growth, you look at whether the supply meets the demand, right? So as youth, you should focus. I mean, if you are more into giving, then you should go like onto the supply side and see like these types of policies. And these types of policies usually involve things around education and training, geographical subsidies, labor and market regulations, employment subsidies. So when you focus on that, then you're able to know where you want to train, like what area you want to train in and how you're going to get a job out of that. And then also on the demand side, we have things like monetary policies, fiscal policies, which are like taxes, and then depreciation of exchange rates, like money and how that's going to affect you because you belong in this region, like how you're going to work that out. So when you look at these types of policies, it helps you focus. Like first of all, you are learning more about the category that you believe you fall in. And then after that, you're able to now build a path towards the end goal that you want to achieve. And I mean, those could be technical terms, but basically what I'm saying is you shouldn't focus on the path that has been put ahead of you like rigidly. It's not a structure, it's just a guideline for you. So even if you're not into education or you might not know your passion yet, then you could just like empower yourself first of all with these skills. And then after that, maybe along the way, you'd be able to see what's best for you. Or you could, I mean, start a business if you have that niche. Like, don't just depend on the jobs that are going to be listed outside there. And also when you're approaching like job, I mean, if you're looking for a job and a job opportunity, it's usually not just because a job is listed out there, like, you know, like you don't just look for the listings out there. You can look at your past relationships and the networks that you have with certain people and, you know, focus on talking to these people. And since they're more like, I mean, they've worked with you before, and they're more likely to know where you'd fit in better. So as youth, we need to broaden our scope and not just think of employment as I'm waiting for a job right now, or I'm waiting for this kind of job. Just make your skills. I mean, like always improve your skills. Don't just sit there because you have a degree in this area. Yeah, that's basically my story today.
That was really amazing. I really loved the information that you had for us. And so now we'll go into the Q&A session. So I will be expecting questions from the delegates, and also I will have some more. So the first question I'd have, basically from your bio, we see that you have been, like, you are a consultant, you are a director for the Policy Act. Like, you have these roles that are one away from, like, you study law, and then now you're a consultant, and you're still a young person. And honestly, on my side, most of the people I have seen who are consultants are people who have probably gone through, like, you've done something for a number of years, and then now people will start consulting you. So now, how did you get to that point, just being at this age?
Okay. First, I'd like to, I talk about the Pamoja network. It's basically like a youth network where we are focusing on unemployment rates in Africa, like among African youth. So basically the people who we consult are youth, like between the ages of 18 to 34 at most. So we are basically peers. So it's not like I have all the knowledge in the world or whatever, but I'm just trying to help my fellow youth, like in a certain area that I've specialized in. And why we're doing this is because we realize that older guys or older people, no offense, but they're used to doing things in a specific way. So it's like a comfort zone. So the only way we can do this is by bringing different people with a different mindset into this network. So I mean, I got that based on my passion for agribusinesses and agriculture, because the project you're working on is about agriculture. So like you're basically advising your youth on stuff that you've done yourself and on ways you think that they can develop their business better than what you've done. Yeah.
Okay, amazing. Now, the other question I've gotten is, which countries in the region, in your opinion, have you seen are open to plug in for opportunities?
To plug into Kenya or?
Okay. So I will ask Elsie. Elsie, can you hear me? Elsie, can you hear me? No?
Yes. My question is, you've been talking about expanding into the regional opportunities, and trying to do what's it called, labor mobility. So my question is, which countries, like in our region, have you seen that there's so much opportunities? It's just that we are not looking into that, or rather, we are only focusing on Kenya and not 1, 2, or 3 countries.
Okay. So thank you for your question. I'll begin by talking about the legal field, because I come from, I've studied law. So yeah, I think I understand that better. I once visited the EAC headquarters in Tanzania, and they told us that the main problem that they have with the EACJ there is that Kenya has a higher number of lawyers, while Tanzania has like half of what we have. So in as much as people are, any citizen within the EAC can work in the EACJ, like no one is really taking that opportunity. Like they're just thinking about their own countries. And I mean, no offense, like that's not wrong, but then you should also look at the other countries. I mean, what they offer in your field. When you are studying in law, you don't just look in Kenya, because basically that's where you've been training, but you can also look at other places. Maybe you could get something in line with what you've studied. So what I mean is, it's not you'll be told that there's this opportunity in Rwanda, like that this opportunity is in Uganda and you should go and exploit them. It's like up to you to levy and find out, where am I best suited for what I've studied? Or if you're in Kenya, you could also be like, maybe what skill can I add so that I can fit into this market? Like that's what I was pointing across, I guess.
Okay.
Thank you.
The other question is, which monetary policies do you think the youth should start as early as now?
Which policies? Sorry?
Monetary
policies.
Yeah.
Which ones they can deal with? On the Kenyan aspect, I'm not sure yet. But then, like monetary policies usually involve anything that deals with your money, basically. Taxes, they fall under fiscal policies, but then, I mean, there's no damage in reading the different acts that you have outside there, I guess, because I don't come from a financial background, but if you're looking at policies, you better just align yourself with the news that comes from that specific area and see what latest thing has come out that you can be able to tap into, or you can be able to, I don't know, find a way of interpreting it and fit it into your daily life. Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry.
So the other question I'd have is, looking at you and your bio, because the topic was youth unemployment. Now focusing on the unemployment, someone would say you wouldn't fall under the unemployed youth, or maybe if you would, you'd probably not stomach for so long. And so now, maybe let's assume in that aspect. So what would you say is the one thing that makes you different among the other youth who are not employed or who are not doing anything with probably their life?
Oh, okay. People are doing things in their lives, so you can't say they're not doing anything in their lives. But yeah, I mean, it might not fall under the unemployment category, but it might fall under the underemployment category, whereby like youth are being employed, but then they're not being given like how can I say it? They're not being paid as much as the skills that they have just because of their age. So what I would say has helped me this far is just just put yourself out there. Like, you know, you can't just sit down and say, I'll wait and finish my degree and then after that I go looking for jobs. You can you learn every single day. So if you find out that you have a passion in like coding or something, especially during this period, you should focus on strengthening your skills as much as you can. Because when you do that, when an opportunity comes around, like you're not limiting yourself on a narrow scale, you know, you have like a broad scale. So whatever you're applying for, you just pick what's relevant and yeah, use it to try and get that job. That's what I think has helped. Yeah.
Thank you. So before we finish, I'd like to ask if Max, okay, there's another question, but before I ask it, Max, do you have any question for?
Yeah, for sure. Stephanie, do you think regional blocks are overrated? Because I'll give an example. Recently, we have been vying or standing the chance of being in the UN Security Council, and the AU nominated us as Africa's choice. And Djibouti went ahead and vied, first of all. And also during the voting, some African countries didn't even vote for their own African country. So do you think regional blocks are overrated as we talk about that regional integration thing? Yeah.
Okay. I don't think that they're overrated, but then they have their own disadvantages because this thing about the Security Council, basically the AU nominates people who they think are strongest in the region, but then Djibouti did not want to accept that fact that Kenya, you know, like is on a higher pedestal. They wanted this position for themselves. So it's like a family. You might be in a family, but then you have someone who sometimes might be in and out. So like the whole point of regional economic communities is just to exploit what you guys have in common. Like do what's best with what you have for each other, and then the rest can follow. So in this, I mean, I can give an example about digital innovation. Like most of our agreements, the agreements that you've signed, especially Kenya, Kenya and Africa, they are not, they don't talk much about digital innovation. But then this is where AFCFTA comes in, and they're saying now we're going to add this clauses on how we're going to get more money out of e-commerce and things like that. So when you're in the region, it doesn't mean that just because you're in the EAC, you know, like if we tap into this other thing, we are letting our regional economy, I mean, wreck down. It doesn't mean that. It just means that where this works best, let's exploit that. And where this doesn't work, let's look for another option that harmonizes. Yeah.
Okay. Frank has corrected me that the information on the voting countries that didn't vote for Kenya that are African might not be correct. But anyway, yeah, thank you, Frank, for that. Maybe lastly, what do you think are the challenges that are facing regional integration, especially for the Eastern Africa? Yeah.
Okay. The challenges I think that are facing most of regional communities is the fact that we are trying to place our interests above. I mean, that's human, but then when we have different cultures and we have different interests, so it's very likely that one country may push to achieve their interests more than they might push to achieve the region's interests. So there's always that imbalance, and that happened even like with various agreements that you're trying to sign. Being the EAC, there's some countries that are in it, there's some countries that are not in it. Especially in Kenya, for Kenya, we are like the only developing country in the EAC. So the others are at least developing countries. meaning that they have they're given a lot of benefits as compared to us. So if us we're looking to sign an agreement with the EU to assist in trade liberalization, these guys are like, why are we signing this agreement when we already have these benefits? You get, like, it might cause an imbalance. But if we focus on bringing, like, how can I bring this out? Focus on bringing the macroeconomic convergence. Like, we understand we're in different economic growth rates and we have different benefits, but then if we push Kenya to get this deal, how is it going to help us? Or if we push, our strongest point in this industry, how is that going to help us? So we should think about it like that, use our strengths, even if it's not our own, to get more for the whole region. Yeah.
I don't know if you alluded to this earlier, but what does it take to have such a big bio at this young age as Stephanie?
I mean, that's not something impossible. It might be hard based on your education. You're focusing on what you're learning and getting jobs, but then, yeah, I'll just do what you said earlier. I think, like, expanding your skill set, and also basically for me, the other driving force was fear of tamaking. Like, you're done with uni and then what are you doing? Like, that just disorients you as a person. So I tried to get what I'm interested in earlier so that I can grow my skill set on that. Yeah.
Thank you very much. Bwari, kindly ask that question, that you'll be sacrificed by the men in the group if you don't ask. I'll let you ask it.
Okay, I will. So another final question before I ask the question Max wants me to ask. So someone is asking, what's your take on travel restrictions imposed by Africans on Africans within the continent, and how do you see this could be alleviated?
Okay, the closest example I'm getting to that is Ethiopia, because as an African, you can travel in almost all African countries without a visa, but then when you get to Ethiopia, you have to get a visa. So I don't know. That is good for them because they're like trying to curb as much as they can. Like, they're trying to curb as many foreigners as they can. But then for the whole continent, no. Yeah, I don't know how to explain it, but we should not be giving each other barriers to try and trade or grow our markets. We should be helping each other in liberalizing this. So the way it could be elevated is maybe we try and understand why Ethiopia set those regulations in place, and then after that, then we can try and negotiate like a term for them or something of the sort, because they have their reasons of why they're doing that, but then maybe we don't know what it is for. So yeah, we could learn about why they did that. Yeah.
Okay, so now the final question: what is your status? People would want to know.
What's my corona status?
Well, you could start with that. Then now tell us if you're single or taken or yes.
Yes, well, that's a hard question, but I'm sorry, I'm not available.
Whoa,
that's the answer you're looking for.
Okay.
Yeah.
Okay, now we know. Guys, I'm so sorry. I have been asking for questions for the past few minutes and I will have to cut this short because of time. I'm sorry. However, you can send in your questions and we can send it to her through her social media pages like Instagram, I presume, if that's okay.
Yeah, it's okay.
Okay, so you will send us your handle or you give us your handle right now and we will send you questions and you could probably put them up, yes, like on your story, like answering the questions for everyone to see.
Okay, let me put it on the chat.
Okay, thank you so much.
Welcome. That's my IG.
Yeah. Okay, so if you have questions for her, please direct them to Max or I, and then we will direct them to her and she will answer them. Okay, so thank you so much for being part of us. We really enjoyed. You have given us a lot of knowledge. I look up to you because you your bio is amazing, and one day I'd want to be there. So that's really amazing. Keep the good
Thank
work.
you.
Yeah.
Okay.
Have a lovely day. You could stay for some
Yeah.
puns and riddles and more sessions that we have for the day. So, yeah.
Okay. Thank you for having me.
You're welcome. Max, you can take over with the pun.
Okay, guys. Once again, welcome back to our punch at break. And I will start it off from where we left it. So what has branches but no fruit and trunk? You guys answered it right. It's a bank. Next. Why will it be so amazing to be paid to sleep? Why would it be so amazing? Kindly, whoever is writing on the Niniban, on my presentation, please don't. So why would it be amazing to be paid to sleep? Worry, chat box.
Give me a second.
And if you can raise your hand as well, you can do that using the icon.
No one has answered yet.
Yeah. Okay. Well, this is a tough one, eh? Frank, where are you? When you left the meeting? Is Patricia still here? Patricia, we could hear from you.
Ivy said because it's a pay slip.
It's a pay slip. Wow. It's a pay slip. Okay, yeah, that's a good one. That's a good one. Actually, that could be an answer, yeah. Anyone else? Come on, you guys, you're 53 in the call. Come on. I want to hear at least even 10 trials. 10 people to try. Yeah.
It's a paid sleep.
It's a paid sleep. Wow. Okay. That's too late. Okay. That's too obvious. Anyway. So,
it's sleeping. What? Sleepover? Someone said sleepover.
Okay. I've seen Patricia's joined the call, so maybe she could be answering us before you invite her. So, okay. The answer is because it is everyone's dream job.
Oh, someone says because we are good at what? No. Good in
I know. Wait, my guys. Yeah. Easy.
Take it slow.
Okay. Oh no. Why is it so important to learn sign language? Why is it important to learn sign language? You guys have seen my screen. Okay,
Currency comes in handy. Everyone saw the answer.
Everyone saw the answer. I think my PPT is letting me down, but anyway. Yeah, it's because it comes in handy. Next. Who do you think designed the round table? Who do you think designed the round table? Who do you think designed the round table? Yeah.
Someone answered circumference. Yes. Paraj already answered the question.
Oh, okay. Seemingly, she has the bragging rights. I'm seeing answers as well. I'm beginning to doubt if I made this PPT with someone else, yeah? Have you hacked my account, you guys? Okay, circumference, I think, is the person who designed the round table. Next. So, what do you call a situation where the past, the present, and the future walk into a room? What do you call the situation where the past, present, and future walk into a room?
Sharon says it's tense. Jerry says time. Stephanie Jerry says tense. Karen says time. Melissa says a tense one. Karen says, okay, time again. Terry says intense. Frank says it's tense because it's past tense. Wow.
You guys are right. If you said intense, if you said tense, a tense situation, all of you got it right. You have the bragging rights, mom guys. Mom guys, you have the bragging rights on this one. Yeah. Moving forward. So, what do you get when you ask a lemon for help? What do you get when you ask a lemon for help?
Karen says lemonade. Hillary says lemonade. Everyone is saying lemonade. Elsie, Ivy, Wendy.
Even Elsie
Sharon
got this
says,
one. Even
I
Elsie
know.
got this one. I
She
can't believe it.
finally got it.
Definitely, and it's an easy one, yeah? You're right if you answered it's lemonade. The lemonade is the help you get from a lemon. Riddle, riddle, riddle. Again, what can you catch but cannot throw? What can you catch but cannot throw?
Karen says feelings. Tess says cold. Melissa says a cold. Sharon says feelings. Malcolm feelings. Edwin feel. Oh wait. Yeah. Hillary says flight.
Wow, what? Flight. Okay.
Wendy says feeling. Ricky says a cab. Mutevu says cold. Yeah.
Okay. I guess most of you are correct, but my answer was what? Worry. A cold. Yeah? Yeah, you can catch a cold, but you cannot throw it. I guess you can
Someone
also
says
catch feeling.
money. Someone Malcolm says money. That's
Hey,
a
Malcolm,
smart
just
one.
Malcolm, please get out. There is a leave icon over here, yeah?
But who throws money? No one. Anyway, okay.
Okay, thank you very much. Bwari, over to you once again.
Okay, so hi guys, I am back again. We are moving swiftly. Yes, I feel like now we're moving so fast, and that's amazing. The day is really moving. So in this session, we're going to go to breakout rooms where we're going to discuss about SDGs, just like yesterday. For the people who are not here, you will see what it's all about. And so there are four rooms. So room 1, the leader is Limo. They'll be focusing on SDG 7 and 12. Room 2, it's Andia. Andia is the leader. They'll be focusing on SDG 4 and SDG 8. Room 3, it's Beryl. Beryl is the leader. You'll be focusing on SDG 5 and 10. Room 4, it's Maureen. You'll be focusing on SDG 16 and SDG 17. So please participate, and as much as probably you don't know much about it, this is the session where you get to understand what other SDGs talk about and what they're meant for, and the measures and how to go about it, what you can do to implement them, and how you can measure your impact. And so the session will take 15 minutes. Yes, so Maureen will take over, divide the meeting into breakout rooms. I presume. Can you guys hear me?
Yes, we
Yeah.
can.
Loud and clear.
Okay. Is Maureen here? If not,
We are set.
oh, okay, fine. Then as we wait for that, if you haven't tweeted, if you've not gone to Twitter, or if you haven't gone to Instagram and probably posted or used the hashtag Y4GG Summit Kenya, then this is the time to go and tweet and say that you're enjoying this summit and that people should join us on YouTube, because we have a lot more coming up. We have 2 more speakers, and so it's going to be amazing. Yes.
When we come to your town, you know we turn it around. You know I crack it down. Hey, nipe nafasi kiasi niweze kujipa kwa kazi. Alright, just 1 minute, gonna get it down in a minute. Came to the show, rock it like never before. Got to hold it down, got to hold it down. What you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Still we are hot. Give it 100, nothing less. And that's how we do what we get with the bounce. Kona kolala, abracadabra, dabra, moja, sikia gonga, kuna kungoja, kweli kuna hoja, kishika sana, tafuta madafu, barafu, hapa ni kutoka sakafu. I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Well, I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go when you break it down, go when you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Down. See, you know, we're breaking down. 1, 2, 3, all the girls with me. And then see with a little bit of hair. She thought I said it's Becky with really good hair. I said, if you want it, we can go over there. She was looking, she could even sell fake notes to a cop. She might even date a black person. Alexander Wayne, and I love her because she's smart enough to get it. When we come to your town, what's all your best lingerie? Come and see me for a day. I'm on the way and it's already gone. Love it when she say that we should be alone. Yelling out all day and I dodge the phone. Shopping at the J and I'm on the moon. So girl, what you wanna do? I'ma show you what I wanna do. Down. It's great, make it get down. Well, I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go, won't you break it down, go, won't you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Well, I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go, won't you break it down, go, won't you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there.
For the young queens, you got the drums, but you call yourself twins. And you got the gold on, and you clean. Telling every man you don't need a thing but action, compassion, little cash, and the bagging. That's fashion, that's fashion. Cut the lights off, we ain't acting. It's the real thing, and we real kings. Gotta remind them of the history. Hold on, I ain't mean that in the
Well, I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go, won't you break it down, go, won't you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there. Well, I know what you wanna do, know what you wanna do. Go, won't you break it down, go, won't you break it down. Life is a showdown, life is a showdown. Show them how we get there, show them how we get there.
Want to increase sales? Try Bitrix 24.
Mimi ni Leonard Mambo Motela, mtangazaji mkongwe katika nchi yetu ya Kenya. Nimeusikiza wimbo huu kwa makini kabisa, nimeupenda. Na ni kweli, Mungu halali.
Nimepotea nisipatikane, lakini Mungu halali. Nasema kweli, oh.
nikumbushe kuwa mimi mwenye dhambi, najua tena sana, najijua tena sana. Si lazima useme kuwa mnyonge kweli hana haki, naona kila siku, tunaona kila siku. Kwa neema nasimama, ila mwamba ni salama, binadamu hanitishi, natembea kwa imani. Kwa neema nasimama, ila mwamba ni salama, binadamu hanitishi, natembea kwa imani. Ningepotea nisipatikane, lakini Mungu halali, nasema kweli. Mungu halali, Mungu halali, ashajionyesha, anajionyesha, atajionyesha, ashajionyesha, atajionyesha.
Hanging in the hustle of life is like, come on, something much more could try. Right in the shadow of death, no I did I have made I man. Don't you beat me down, don't you beat me down, don't you beat me down, don't you beat me down. Mungu halali, ningepotea nisipatikane, lakini Mungu halali, nasema kweli. Mungu halali, Mungu halali, ashajionyesha, anajionyesha, atajionyesha, ashajionyesha, atajionyesha.
Mkurupuko wa ugonjwa wa COVID-19 umeleta
Baby, won't you come close to me? Give me that attention, the right one. Baby, won't you come close to me? Give me that attention, the right one. See the way you move, the way you move, and I like it. See the way you move, and I like it. Give me that way, and I think I'll wipe it. Need someone I can taste real life. Not every day I meet up, one in a billion. Me and you together, just one in a zillion. But okay, it was something to do. Okay, as a dinner, dishes in mom. Okay, as a elewa, you are seated chalewa. Wajua, nakupenda zaidi. Okay, as a elewa, you are seated chalewa. Amina, nakupenda zaidi. Give me that attention, the right one. Baby, won't you come close to me? Give me that attention, the right one. On me, on mine, on me, on mine. Not really hard to decide. Everybody glued to the side. You got the sauce and you got the vibe. Make it clap, what up the dime. Let me see you come up, I see you lie. She got. End up in the bum, they hit me down. You want the proper fix? Call me. Not right away, call me. If you are dope, you call me. Bring it back to life. Give me that attention, right one. Baby, won't you come close to me? I give you that. Attention. The right one.
And Maguire celebrates what surely is the winner for Manchester United. Really top.
Mighty I make mountains out of molehills, and it can be quite the scene. Think about how far I've come in my life, looking greater than it's ever been. If I could eat my pie in the sky, it would be just my thing. Sipping on my champagne, and my life looking greater than it's ever been. My life looking greater than it's ever been. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? You must be Africa's son. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. You must be an African. I don't know about my neighbors, but they should know about me. Keep me humble, God. My life looking greater than it's ever been. I won't no limit. My pockets are full of green. Even on my worst day. Mighty I make mountains out of molehills, and it can be quite the scene. Think about how far I've come in my life, looking greater than it's ever been. If I could eat my pie in the sky, it would be just my thing. Sipping on my champagne, and my life looking greater than it's ever been. My life looking greater than it's ever been. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? You must be Africa's son. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. They say you must be an African. And it can be quite the scene. Think about how far I've come in my life, looking greater than it's ever been. If I could eat my pie in the sky, it would be just my thing. Sipping on my champagne, and my life looking greater than it's ever been. My life looking greater than it's ever been. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? You must be Africa's son. How did you fly so fast, so high, and not melt your wings in the sun? They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. African son. They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. They say you must be an African. They say you must be Africa's son. You must be an African. I don't know about my neighbors, but they should know about me.
I think everyone's back now. Max, you can take over. Max, worry, you can continue. I think everyone's back now.
Yeah. Bwari? Yeah.
Oh, hi guys. How was your session? I hope your session was amazing. I'm sorry it took less time. My phone is falling. Yes, I'm sorry it took less time, but yes, next time. So now we're going to go to Kahoot. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. Same, hoping I will win. Is Ezra giving a gift today as well? Is he? Anyway, in as much as he won't be giving, he's not here to give us goodies, so we're going to stay lookout for the best person. I'm hoping I will be. I'm not good at this thing, but yeah, so is it Maureen or Waringa? Maureen, take over. And yes, I'm excited to play. I hope everyone is. If you are excited, please send emojis as we welcome Maureen. Okay, someone says there might be something in store. So guys, play. You might not know. Yes. There are prizes. Okay, fine. Send emojis and go and tweet and use the hashtag Y44G. Oh, no, Y4GG. Sorry. Okay, so now it's like we time to go. Bye, guys. Yes, in capital. Hashtag in capital. Okay. Bye.
Hey guys, so you can
I think
join
as we join Maureen, I think it's important that we appreciate everyone who's watching us from YouTube, and we thank you for all the comments you're sending there, the questions. I believe in the next couple of sessions, we're gonna also read out your answers from YouTube for the puns and everything. But we totally appreciate you guys. We totally appreciate you guys tuning in from YouTube. So just we are not forgetting that you're part of us. Yeah.
Yes, I'm sorry it took less time, but yes, next time. So now we're going to go to Kahoot. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. Same, hoping I will win. Is Ezra giving a gift today as well? Is he? Anyway, in as much as he won't be giving, he's not here to give us goodies, so we're going to stay lookout for the best person. I'm hoping I think back. Yeah, so is it Maureen or Maureen?
Yes.
Take over, and yes, I mean, play. I hope everyone is. If you are excited, please send welcome in. Okay, someone says there might be something in store. So, guys, play. You might not know.
Yeah, Bwari, I have a question.
Yes.
Bwari.
Send emojis and go and tweet and use the hashtag Y44G. Oh, no, Y4GG. Sorry. Okay, so now it's like we time to go. Bye, guys. Yes, in capital. Hashtag in capital. Okay.
Only Y4GG.
Bye.
That's it.
Hey guys, so you can
I think
join the Kahoot.
as we join Maureen, I think it's important that we appreciate everyone who's watching us from YouTube, and we thank you for all the comments you're sending there, the questions. I believe in the next couple of sessions, we're gonna also read out your answers from YouTube for the fans and everything. But we totally appreciate you guys. We totally appreciate you guys tuning in from YouTube. So, hey, Maureen, Maureen, we are not.
Yes.
I think you're playing. Are you playing the video from YouTube?
Yeah.
Please, you can
Yes,
stop
it
it.
took time, but
No, I'm saying.
next time. So now we're going to go to Kahoot. Everyone has been waiting for this moment. See, I'm hoping you will win. Is Ezra giving yes now? Is he? Anyway, as much as he wants to be, he's not here to give us goodies, so we're going to stay look out for the best person. I'm hoping I think back.
Max.
Yes, so
Maureen.
Is it Maureen or Maureen?
Maureen, I'm saying if you're playing, I think it stopped. Yeah, that's nice. Thank you. Thank you.
Kind of felt so weird for a moment there. Like
Yeah,
a cringe.
for sure.
Myself.
Thank God.
Something in store. So, guys, hey, you might not know.
Maureen.
Yes.
Do ask.
Worry. Send emojis and go.
Oh my goodness.
Maureen. Do not play the video from YouTube. I think you're on YouTube at the same time you're here, so someone should post the video from YouTube first. Yeah, like the live streaming from YouTube. Yeah.
Okay. Someone also had a question. Elsie, was it you?
Yes. I was like, people should drop a line, something that you've learned from the previous speakers. What's your takeaway as we wait for Kahoot?
Amazing. Yes, so drop a line of something you've learned from the previous speakers as we wait for the Kahoots to start. So who would want to start? Anyone? I think everyone is so engrossed in the Kahoots, they're still waiting. So okay, so Edwin just texted. He said, you don't have to be perfect in your work. Okay, Wendy said, always improve in your skills. That's amazing.
Is Patricia on the Kahoot? We would want to see how bright she is. Patricia,
Wow.
please join the Kahoot. We want to see you.
As we wait, Edwin, okay, no, Karen says it's not about what you do, but how you do it. That's really amazing. Yeah. Any other thing you'd want to share? One line that you've learned from the previous sessions as we wait for the Kahoot to begin? Brian says, always put yourself out there. Yeah, that really is amazing. Odawa says, allow yourself to grow and evolve, explore your interests. There is no single career path. Amazing, so powerful. I'm loving how we are really learning a lot. We're about to start in the next 2 minutes. So guys, continue joining as we continue seeing what you have learned. Berry loves the playlist. Tess says boundaries are important, and that is true. Doesn't matter who it is, your family, your parents, whoever, boundaries are important. You should learn what yours is. Any other person who wants to share as we wait for the 2 minutes to elapse?
That I wouldn't need that. Oh, you know this moment. I wish I could go back and tell you that. Yeah. I need time to know you. I have been trying to show you how far this thing could go if we just hold space for.
Okay, 1 minute, guys. So if you join
Baby, I'll be the same. No, but it's for you. I'm taking it back. Oh, hold up, let me explore you. Yeah, I've never seen you glow up like this before you. You're taking me back. Oh, baby, I'd like to know you. I've never seen you glow up like this before you. I'm taking it back. Hold up, let me explore you. Yeah, I've never seen you glow up like this before you. You're taking me back, and baby, I'd like to know you.
Okay, guys, we're starting now. If you're ready, you can like drop an emoji in the chat box, then I'll start.
We're ready, Maureen. We're ready.
Ah, nice. Okay, so we are starting in 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Let's do this. Okay, so question 1. What is the world's most popular first name? A, Brian. B, John. C, Muhammad. 3, Mary. D, sorry. It's on Mary. I would have guessed Mary, to be honest. Okay, Sandy, we see you. Hi, question 2. Which was invented by a woman? A, bulletproof vest. B, fire escape. C, windshield wipers. D, all of the above.
She likes it. She likes my move. The night shoes, the Nike shoes.
Okay. Smart people. I'm sure you guys guessed, but it's okay. Yeah, okay, Matt. Who is my Mbezi Meiva? Why? Why? Alright, next. Months that start on a dash will always have Friday of the 13th. A, Sunday. B, Monday. C, Tuesday, D, Wednesday. By the way, you know this is math. So if you do the math, you'll get it. Hey, Sunday, smart people. Okay, Max. Okay, anybody can get it. We see you. Okay, next question. True or false? Nicolas Cage and Michael Jackson were married to the same woman. One, Mr. Jackson. It's fine. Okay, it's true. Wait, what?
It's true.
Okay. Okay, Max, we see you. The ranks. Oh, Boari has a streak of 3 correct answers. Okay, next. What species of creatures can make itself immortal by de-aging? A, vampires. B, bowhead whale. C, tortoise. D, jellyfish. So it ages backwards. Wow. Jellyfish, okay. Take 2. We see you. Okay, next question. What was the original name of Netflix? A, Kibble. B, Alpo. C, Beneful. D, the big N. Wait. So it's Kibble. Now we know. Okay, next question. What is the name of the phobia where a person has a fear of beards? Pogonophobia A, B, xanthophobia, C, ombrophiles, D, phonophobia. Pogonophobia. Now we know. It's okay. Next. True or false? Kahush and Kagwemngai are brothers. True or false? Do you keep up with the times? Tutajua. We'll know now. Hey, false. Yes, they are cousins, not brothers. Sarah, we see you. Bob Dylan coming up slowly. Okay, next question. What was the name of the cruise ship Zach and Cody moved to? A, Queen Elizabeth II. B, the Titanic 1. C, SS Tipton. D, the Great Gale. By the way, if
I
you
don't
know
remember.
this.
Imagine, how do you even remember this?
Twali.
How do you know it?
Twali.
How do
What
you
would the next be?
Elsie, you've been guessing, so just keep guessing. Don't worry, sis. Just
You know, imefika point hadi I'm waiting to hear how Maureen is saying the answers to know, which one is not right, which one is, karibu to be right.
Sarah has a streak of 7 answers. Wow. Okay. Let's go to the next question. Who was the first African American Disney princess? A, Mulan. B, Tiana. C, Pocahontas. D, Jasmine.
Atesi huwezi fail.
You'd be surprised.
But I think some of the old princesses like were meant to be African American. Okay, Tiana.
Tiana is Princess and the Frog.
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay.
Vicky has an answer streak of 3. Okay, next question. The SDGs were developed in which major city? A. Barcelona, B. Paris, C. Washington, D. Rio. The origin.
To tell us.
Okay, Rio. Okay. Learn something new every day.
Really to Paris.
Okay, next question. True or
Hey,
false?
no.
An octopus has 5 hearts.
An octopus has 5 hearts.
An octopus has 5 hearts. True or false?
Wait. The definition of a bee.
How many times? How many times can I face in life? How many tries?
Why so many hearts though?
False. I'd actually want to know how many it has. Maybe it has more.
Three. I think 3.
Oh, for real?
Yeah, it has
Yeah, 3 hearts.
3.
3 hearts for different relationships and stuff.
Moving on. Next. Okay, how many goals do the MDGs have? A 8, B 17, C 7, D 9. If you don't know what the MDGs are, they used to be there before the SDGs. They were the Millennium Development Goals. Yeah. Okay, so 8. What were room 1? So let's see. Hey, Turi and Easy are coming up kwa
Watu
leaderboard.
wache kutype kwa chat box bwana. Hatuwezi ona answers.
Okay. Next. Which anime character is this? A. Goku, B. Yamcha, C. Gohan, D. Vegeta.
Okay,
I'm sorry,
honestly,
anime people. If I say the name's bad, I'm sorry.
bias.
If you can't see him, he's muscular and he has black hair. I don't know if that's a description.
Vegeta.
Yamcha. Okay. Then.
Actually, everyone listened.
Hey, Melissa, we see you pale, top 3.
Okay, next question. Which of the following is not part of Matata? Matata, the group, the Kenyan group. A. Ken Kimathi, B. Festus Mwenda, C. Ken Kimathi, D. Jacob Kibet.
The Kale guy.
What? Okay.
Rin, that is where we tell the teacher that this question has 2 answers.
Wow. Okay, let's Bree has a streak of 3 answers. Next question. True or false? Avengers character Hawkeye started his career as a villain called Clint Barton. True or false? Okay, so it's true. Max is making a comeback. Okay, next question. This is the second last question.
What is the most shoplifted book in the world? The Bible, B, A Song of Ice and Fire, C, Paper Towns, D, Hunger Games. Which is the most? What if the answer is the Bible? The irony. Oh my God. Okay, you guys, you know, easy coming up. And then Malcolm has a streak of 3 answers. So guys, this is the final question, which determines if you're in the list of people who are getting rewards. So think hard.
Grammarly can help.
In order to achieve sustainable development, 3 areas need to work and be in balance. A, food, health, and water. B, equality, climate, and economy. C, society, economy, and environment. D, society, health, people, and health, environment.
Yo.
Yes.
Hey, Kahoot imehang, man. Shit.
So it's
Well,
society,
you're
economy, and environment. They have to be in balance for sustainable development to be achieved. So let us see who are the winners. Number 3, Easy. Number 2, Bob Dylan. And number 1, who is that? Who is that? It's Sarah. Eh. And our runners up are Max. Wait, imepotea, but it's fine. Congrats to you guys.
Because top 40.
Sarah should address the nation.
Top 40 and that.
Sarah, you can just say hi.
Hi everyone.
Hi, Sarah.
Okay.
Frank is good at puns but not good at Kahoot. How come? Kwani his brain is how?
Max, what?
So, Sarah, Bob, and Easy, we will talk to you. You can identify yourselves in the chat box and we'll talk to you on the side. But thanks for enjoying participation, guys. I'll pass it back to Max.
Okay, guys, at least this might be one of the few things that you'll ever be, or one of the many things that will ever be top 30, under 30. Happy for all your participation. Yeah, everyone tried. Yeah, for sure, everyone tried. So I'm happy that we are moving on very well, very swiftly. So I think without further saying much, I'd invite Bwari to take it over with our next guest, and I'm sure all of you are very excited to hear from her. Yeah, so Bwari.
Hi guys. So I know we are supposed to be doing the AIESEC exchange stories right now, but it's also 1:27 and we need to keep time and introduce the next speaker just so we don't get into eat into the other person's time. So wow, I'm even getting goosebumps because oh, this next speaker is, where do I even start? Guys, are you even ready? Please send emojis to show how ready you are. On a scale of 1 to 5, kindly text in the chat box and say how excited you are. If it's not limited to 5, but I need to see you guys excited before I even do this introduction. whoa, I can see. Now I have more energy to do this. And so the next speaker is a Kenyan singer. She is a songwriter. She is an actress. I've not even finished. She is a radio and reality television personality. Guys, are we like, do we even deserve this? Whoa. She is one of the finalists in the 3rd season of Tusker Project Fame. Do you guys remember Tusker Project Fame when we were kids? It was just like, I honestly remember those times were just amazing. She was the best lead actress nominee in the 2012 Kalasha Awards. In television production, she has been cast as a lead in Groove Theory, a musical drama, and as a regular in The Demigods, Changes, Rush, and Makutano Junction. Do you guys remember Makutano Junction? Do you?
Makutano Junction.
Oh, she's also been a radio presenter with 1FM and Homebo's Radio. Guys, help me welcome the one and only Patricia Kihoro. Wow. Patricia.
Hi.
How are you doing?
I'm good. How are you guys doing?
We're doing well and so excited to see you here. You're
Oh,
looking lovely.
Thank you so much. I'm actually in a lot of pain because I started the gym this week, so I'm just like,
Oh.
ow.
Well, the results will be amazing. That's true.
So much. I'm really happy to be here. Thank you for inviting me.
Okay, you're welcome. So now before you take us through your session, the one question we normally ask is, what is your favorite SDG and why? And then now you can take us through your session.
So for me, the SDG that I align myself with, the one that I find that is most aligned to what I do, is SDG 8, which deals with decent work and economic growth. And for me, the reason why is because I feel like we all have a capability to do decent work, and it doesn't have to come from employment. It doesn't have to come from entrepreneurship. While those things are really amazing, it can also come from the creative industry. So anybody who's in the creative field also does have the opportunity to find decent work and to create a living and to grow economically and to grow the country's economic status as well. Yeah.
Okay, that's amazing. Thank you. So you have 20 minutes to take us through your session and what you prepared for us, and then we'll go into the Q&A session.
Okay, great. So today my session is about the creative industry and sustainable development and how we can use our talent and our skill in creating a more sustainable future. And for me, I'm gonna sort of just share a story with you guys and let you know just how I came into feeling like, okay, fine, I'm a part of this movement towards the sustainable goals. So last year, I happened to be nominated to attend the Goalkeepers Summit. And when I got the letter of invitation from the Bill and Melinda Gates Foundation, I was a little bit in shock because I didn't understand why I was being nominated. I didn't feel like I'd done any work towards the SDGs. You know, I just felt like, well, I'm just a singer and I'm just an actress. I'm just an entertainer. I'm not really, you know, on the ground running. I'm not an activist. I'm not doing anything on the ground that would show that I am working towards the sustainable development goals. And it's so interesting that today we had a session on imposter syndrome, because that's one of the things I started to feel like, are they sure? Is it me? Did they really want me? Or, you know, did I receive this email by mistake? Maybe they meant someone else. Maybe they know something else about me, that maybe they got that information by mistake. And then to attend the summit, you had to apply for sponsorship for your travel and accommodation expenses. And initially I was like, you know what, I don't need the sponsorship. I think I'll be able to take myself. And a friend of mine said, no, Patricia, if there's a space for you and there's funds to take you there, just apply. I applied, and unfortunately I didn't get sponsorship, but I said, it's fine. I can pay for my own travel, I can pay for accommodation, but that rejection of the sponsorship proposal sort of fed into my imposter syndrome, because I was like, okay, I guess they can see now, okay, she's not the one, we don't feel like it's worth it to support her. But I just said, you know what, let me go. There's lots to learn. I want to, feel plugged in. Let me see what it's about. So I went to the summit, and it was such an interesting experience because people from all over the world who had been nominated as well, and whose stories I was listening to, watching, learning what people were doing, were so impressive, because people around the world, young, old, same age as me, peers, where it felt like there was so much going on and people were really plugging into this actionable goals. And I felt like, wait, I really don't belong here. And so my imposter syndrome just kept feeding into that. And I remember at the last session where they were awarding they have these award ceremony right at the end. I remember even bursting into tears and crying, because in that moment I felt, for the most part, like I did not belong there at all. And I really questioned, why would I be nominated? I think the person made a mistake. And I remember they came up to me to say hello, and I couldn't even look them in the eye, because I just felt so embarrassed and so ashamed. Like, these people are going to see, they've seen that I'm a fraud. I'm just here and I shouldn't be here. And I remember I was there with my friend Sharon, and she'd also been nominated as well, and she got sponsorship. And, I felt like, you deserve to be here and I don't. On the trip back home, I had to reflect a lot on what I had learned while at the summit, because while I still felt this way, I did attend a lot of sessions that taught me so much. And one of the sessions that was really eye-opening was talking about bias, and how people the world over have biases that they may not realize, whether it's biases towards women and what they should be, whether it's biases towards Black people and who they think they should be. And I realized that I had created a bias against myself, that because I'm an entertainer, that my work is not as important as somebody who's on the ground, maybe running an organization that supports women and children, or people who are doing things for the community in terms of hygiene, or people who are creating opportunities for children who don't have access to food to have lunch in school, such as Wawera Njiro, So I started to think, why am I so biased against myself? And I reflected upon that, and I realized that in my work over the years, as much as I had studied, first of all, at MOI University, hey, I'm an alumni, university, and I was in the School of Social Sciences, and my major was psychology. I didn't end up practicing psychology because I was interested in consumer psychology and marketing and how we can influence ideas. But I also delved into the work of entertainment as a singer, as an actress, as a radio presenter who loves to champion for Kenyan artists. And I realized that the degree that I studied, psychology, has actually impacted my work over the years so much, because I came to understand marketing in a different way, which feeds into my content creation and how I get to collaborate with brands in a creative way. Two, my work in radio, which was to sort of find underground artists who make amazing music but don't necessarily get the airplay that I felt they deserved. I had a platform where I could champion their music. I had a platform on YouTube that I created, and on Instagram where I could play and feature artists from Kenya who make amazing music and give them a chance to be discovered by people who wouldn't know that their music existed because they weren't getting airplay. I realized that in my work championing for Kenyan brands and made in Kenya clothes, jewelry, makeup, like today I'm just dressed in made in Kenya everything. There's a t-shirt I have on, I don't know if you can see. It says Kenyan, made of nyamchom, great tea, and rich history. The work that I do in championing all these Kenyan brands, before I used to feel like it's just because I love Kenyan brands and Kenyan music and Kenyan artists and Kenyan literature. But later on my way back, while I was reflecting on all of this, I realized that my work has given people who would not have been found out or discovered a place to have fans, to have people who know them, people who can then put money back into them by paying for their concerts, buying their products, buying the clothes. And this then solidified and validated that being an artist in Kenya, if you have people championing your work, then people will be able to spend money on what it is that you create, what it is that you put out, and therefore artists are then able to create for themselves decent work. And I realized that for me, also as an artist, and as I used to say that I'm the biggest fan, like I can make a living out of being the biggest fan. And I realized that even with creating a platform such as Speakerbox in collaboration with K1, where we then took the artists that I would play on Afro Central, my radio show, to have a platform where they can actually play live. People can come and watch them play for free, but the artists, we do pay the artists. It's also giving them a platform to make money from their art. And by the time I got home, I realized that work towards sustainability or a sustainable future doesn't have to look a certain way. You don't have to have a degree. You don't have to have a 9-to-5. You don't have to create an organization that, like an NGO, or, you know, be out in the world with your fist in the air. That is all amazing, but you can also, in your own little way, with whatever talent that you have, that voice that you have is valid, it is important, it is impactful, and it is needed. So by the time I got back home, I realized that one, yes, SDG 8 is the most aligned to what I do, because I feel like championing for people who don't have the eyeballs. Once we put eyeballs on people, then they're able to make money and have decent work and make a living and be able to say, yo, I'm an artist, I'm a YouTuber, I'm an Instagrammer, I create content, I create music, I write films, I write books, and they're able to say, and I make a good, decent living from it. And so what I want to say is that your talent and your skill, whatever that is, first of all, it was given to you for a reason. There's a reason that those are the things you're interested in. There's a reason that those are the things that you're talented at. And if we are able to validate every single person, so that you don't feel like, because I'm not using my degree or because I didn't finish university, then I'm not as important as somebody who did. As long as you have something that you find useful, that you're good at, that is the thing that you're supposed to do. And that is the thing that you will be passionate about. That is the thing that you will wake up every single morning excited to do. Yes, it will be hard work. There's this saying that people say that if you do something that you love and enjoy, that then you'll never work a day in your life. But actually you will work, and you'll probably work harder, but you will be more passionate about it. And you will find that you will reach that self-actualization because you are doing the thing that you were purposed to do. And so using your talent and skill in the work towards the sustainable development goals, it can be in anything. It doesn't have to be subscribing to a certain box or to a certain label. The creative industry is filled with all sorts of people: jewelry makers, clothes makers, music, literature, movies. Anything that means that you're creating something from nothing is a creative industry. And if you think about it, right now during COVID-19 and the lockdowns and people having to stay home, there's so many avenues of entertainment that they've had to turn to, whether it's YouTubers, whether it's content from movies, TV series, music. All these things are from the creative industry, and they have really helped people tide over these times. If you think about a world without music, if you think about a world without acting, if you think about a world without cell phones and how we use them, the user design is created by someone. So even tech, even fashion, beauty, All these things are from the creative industry, and they're the things that help drive us forward. Because if we think of a world without them, we're really bored. We really can't, explore the other side of us. And for some of us, this is the side. So I think if we get to validate everybody who's interested in the creative industry without making them feel like it's just a hobby and you have to do something more serious, if we're able to validate our children, our young nieces and nephews, anybody who's younger than us, and tell them that whatever it is that you want to do that's creative is important, and you can use that to share messages across society, whether it's teaching, whether it's entertaining, whether it's inspiring, motivating. All these things are a huge part of the creative industry. And I think that once we validate people in their work in the creative industry, then we empower them to be economically independent. And once one person has economic strength, so does the next and the next. And that just results in a country, especially for us in a developing country, we're able to play a part in also the economic growth of the country from the creative industry. So that's what I had to say to you guys today, that the creative industry, it plays a huge role in sustainable development and a sustainable future. And I'm so happy that I'm a part of it. Yeah, thank you.
That's really amazing. Your story is so powerful. It is. So now I have one question as I wait for the delegates to send in the questions. So now my question would be, with the creativity industry, I do know it needs a lot of consistency, in as much as when you start off, things might feel like they're not paying off, and there's a way you can connect creativity and still have sustainability connected. And so I have also been seeing your vlogs. You've been talking about consistency and trying to also keep up with probably creating content weekly or as often as vloggers should. So what do you have to say to anyone who's probably not just struggling with being consistent in whatever they're doing?
I think one of the things I'm learning right now is if you do one thing, then you want to do the next. So for me, yes, I do struggle with consistency, and that's because I'm a huge procrastinator, and that's because I'm just driven by perfectionism, which, as you heard, is one of the different types of imposter syndrome, right? So it's this need to be perfect, and I'm not allowing myself the journey to growth. So what I have found in the last couple of months is when I put up the first video, I was motivated to put up the second. So it took a while to work on the second, and the second came up after a month. But then after that, it took me 3 days to put up the next. And then after that, I'm working on having the next one up today. So the motivation of publishing, to hit publish and say, I did it, is what is driving me to do the next thing. And so if you're struggling with consistency, find that thing that motivates you. If it's that feeling of accomplishment, then work towards that, because once you hit publish, then you're able to do the next and give yourself room to grow. Sometimes it's really important that we set realistic expectations, right? So initially I was like, I'm coming back to YouTube. I'm going to put up 3 videos a week and I'm going to be consistent. I had to just take a chill pill and say, okay, Patricia, let's see, let's see what would be a realistic consistency goal. So if it's once a week, let's work with that and then add on to that as I'm going, because I'm learning how to set a routine of creating content, and I'm learning how to batch shoot and to shoot multiple videos on the same day and sort of make them so that I'm able to edit, schedule, upload, and then it'll just go on whatever date I've set it to go live. And yeah, so that's the thing that I'm doing. And this week, I have to say, that feeling of accomplishment, I put up a video last week, Thursday. I put up another one this week, Tuesday. I've been so amped to put up the next one. So just do it, just start, and then just keep going. Track your goals, track the things that you're doing, your results, and then work with that so that you're able to set realistic expectations.
Okay. So I'll go to the chat box, and the first question I got was, where did you get the t-shirt from? Yeah, where is the t-shirt from?
So the t-shirt is by Too Early for Birds. If you've heard of Too Early for Birds, they're the production company that put up these amazing plays that tell the history of Kenya. So if you go to the Too Early for Birds Twitter or Instagram, you'll find details on how to get the t-shirt. Can you hear me, or am I the one
Yeah.
who's...
I do.
Okay.
Okay.
So Too Early for Birds are the guys who are selling the t-shirts.
Okay. The next question is, how does how does she achieve? Okay, how do you achieve a balance in doing all those forms of art? And also, are you releasing a song? Because we've missed listening to your songs and hearing you sing.
Thank you so much. Let me answer the song question first. So when it comes to music, that one is still something that I'm working on. So whenever people ask, I like to say in God's time. But I think this is the year where we can't really say what's going on, what's happening. But I am definitely planning on delving back into music. That's definitely something that I'm going to do. When it comes to balancing all the things that I do, for me, it's because they're all intertwined. They all sort of just, my love for music, my love for performance, my love for gigs, my love for YouTube, all these things are intertwined. So I feel like they feed into each other. So I don't have to look at them as separate things. They're all just parts of each other. And that's why I'm able to do all of them. And also because I enjoy them. So it's not so hard to do something you
Okay. The next question is from okay. You had touched on bias, and there's a lot of bias against Kenyan and African entertainment as a whole, whereby most people prefer Western entertainment, which they believe to be better. How can we shift this mentality and get more young Kenyan people to embrace Kenyan and African entertainment?
I think, to be honest, it's true because we were brought up only consuming Western media because um, we didn't have an influx. Like Western media already had a rich history in creating content. So by the time we were young, I'm 34 years old. So in 1990, when KTN started, a lot of the TV shows were from America. They were Western because here we had maybe one or two. We had the Vitimbis and we had the Vioja Mahakamani, but we didn't have a full day's worth of content that could have provided over Kenyan TV. So even when it came to music, we didn't have a plethora of artists who are making videos for us to consume. I do think things have changed now, and just because we're behind Western media doesn't mean that we're not heading in the right direction. So one of the ways that we as Kenyans can change that mindset is we need to support our own. We need to dig deeper and find these artists who are making amazing music that can rival any music from around the world. The content coming out of Kenya and Africa is fantastic. And I think the rest of the world has realized that. And it's unfortunate that we had to start to appreciate ourselves because the West did. But I think we can forgive ourselves for that and now put more work and effort into supporting our own, appreciating our own. It's no longer about supporting because you're Kenyan. It's supporting because we're Kenyan and we are good. So be on the lookout, keep your eyes out for emerging artists, emerging filmmakers, documentary makers, content creators. They're there. If you need help, you can come to my platforms. I'm sure you'll discover somebody new. You'll discover new brands, new artists, new musicians. And yeah, you can find more people who are putting that kind of work out. So it's up to us. And I think we're definitely on the right path.
Okay. The next question, give me a second. Now that you are a huge brand ambassador for Kenyan brands, do you vibe with all or just some? Also, have you dismissed some Kenyan brands that wanted to work with you?
So what I also try to advocate for is authenticity. So I advocate for, music that I like, clothing that I like that I would wear, quality that I would then, speak about and say, this is a good brand. This is something you should get because I trust the brand. So I think a lot of people just assume that because I said, yay, I'm all for Kenyan brands, someone can come to me with something that is not necessarily the best quality, and it wouldn't be in my best interest to advocate for something that I feel like probably they didn't put out as much work or thought into. So yes, I'm an advocate for made in Kenya brands. Yes, I'm an advocate for made in Kenya artists and literature and whatnot. But at the same time, I do, have my tastes. It's not skewed towards preference of the people. It's just skewed towards my preferences based on, if you like R&B, you like R&B. If you like hip hop, you like hip hop. And I feel like that's something that I strive to do as well, so that people don't just feel like they can't trust the things that I am supporting or endorsing. But we have so many amazing brands. There's some brands that, yes, I haven't necessarily put the word out, but one of the things that I also don't do is I don't talk badly about a brand if it's Kenyan. Basically, I'll give my feedback to the brand and say, hey, I love where you're going. I love what you're doing. Maybe you could work on this to improve the quality or to improve the what's the word? The word is running away from me again, the delivery, so that I can then endorse it to people and people can trust that I am endorsing something that is quality, something that is worth their while to spend money on. Yeah.
Okay. There's so many questions. So the next one is, when someone is looking to get into creation, is it necessary to use your actual name, or are stage names or nicknames still marketable?
You can do whatever you want. Do whatever is comfortable for you. At the end of the day, you are giving us yourself. So you have to give us that thing that you're comfortable giving so that you're able to sustainably continue doing it. You don't want to be inauthentic to yourself. So if you want to use your real name, go ahead. If you feel like a stage name better represents you, that's absolutely fine as well. There's really no rules to it. You make your own rules. And at the end of the day, it's you that you're giving us. So give us the you that you want us to have.
Okay. The other one, do you ever critique your own work whatsoever?
Yes, all the time. All the time. Even now, I'm still watching my YouTube videos to see what I can do better. And I think that's a part of the journey. It's not just the same way you have to be able to distinguish between constructive criticism and destructive criticism. I am learning to not beat myself up for not doing things the way I want them to be, because I also have to, I have these Steven Spielberg expectations of myself, but I'm just Patricia Kihoro. So if I watch my video and I'm like, I wish it looked like Casey Neistat's video. Casey Neistat put a lot of work and effort and years into his content, and I have to allow myself the same grace to grow in the way that he did. Maybe my pace might be different. I might grow faster. Right now, a lot of the things I do are self-taught. So just you have to allow yourself the grace, and that's what I'm learning to do as well. Not to beat myself up, but to constructively criticize myself as well and be like, okay, here I could have done this better. Here I could have improved on this, or, okay, so I get the challenges I faced here and this is how I can overcome them. So yeah, I do criticize, but I'm learning to constructively criticize myself.
Okay. The other question is, what inspires your creativity?
My life inspires my creativity. At the moment, yeah, everything I'm doing, even my work with brands, when it comes to collaborating and creating content in partnership with brands, it's something that I've learned to have to put my foot down and say, my content is not based on your product, it's based on my life and how your product fits into my life. So my creativity is basically inspired by life, the people in my life, the things I experience, the things that I do, the things that I watch, just life. Travel, travel, I miss travel, but yeah.
Okay, now in line with that also, how were you able to figure out your own brand?
I think I'm just myself, to be honest. I don't look at myself as a brand, but I do know that there's a Patricia Kihoro brand that people experience. But honestly, I'm just myself as
Okay.
yeah, I'm just myself.
Someone else asked, how do you start with little to no capital for production?
I would ask, I don't know what they mean by production. I don't know what they mean by production. What do they mean by production?
Okay. Give me a second. I think the question was from Mudhoni Mwangi. So kindly elaborate what you meant by production.
Yeah.
I'm not sure if you can hear me. Can everybody hear me?
Yeah.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Yeah, so by production is, since given that Patricia, you do music on the side as well. So my question would be, how do you start given you have zero to no capital at all, and you want to probably say produce your own music and all that?
Okay, so I've only ever done one song that's on radio. And I think if you have no capital, what I would advise is probably collaborate. Collaborations right now are how people are getting a lot of things done. So speak to a producer and say, you know, this is our arrangement. I don't have any money, because a lot of people do that. It's not money exchanging hands all the time. You can come and say, this is what I have, this is a talent that I have, I'd like to produce a song with you. And then you talk about splitting the rights and the ownership. That's what a lot of people do. So to be honest, money as a form of currency is not necessarily the most important thing when it comes to creating any kind of content such as music or TV or film. It's basically leveraging on what skills you have and how you can do a buffer of those skills to bring something to life. And most people right now, collaborations are the way to go.
Okay, Sawa, thank you.
Yeah, you're welcome.
The other question, okay, whoa, there's so many questions. In terms of content, do you think youths are more of consumers than creators? And how, okay, and how can we go about it? I think it should be go, yeah.
I think there's definitely, usually, I think in any market, the consumers are usually more than the creators. So yeah, I do feel like we have more consumers than we have creators, and that's okay. I think that's an okay thing.
Okay.
There's nothing to change there. And if it does change, if it does get to a point where we have an equal number of creators and consumers, then that's great. And if it gets to a point where we have more creators and consumers, then that's okay, because you can also be a creator and a consumer at the same time. Like, I create content for YouTube and Instagram, but at the same time, I also love and watch a lot of other YouTubers. I follow a lot of other Instagrammers. So it doesn't mean that because you're a creator, you don't shut yourself off. There's always, you know, we're doing both. Yeah.
Okay. The other question is, what do you feel about the notion that only light-skinned actors are going to make it to the industry, and darker persons, especially women, won't go far? Oh, okay.
So there definitely has been a history of colorism around the world, not just in America or Western countries, even here. Colorism has been something that's been so deeply ingrained in us. And it's interesting, even today, yesterday, I was just thinking about it. Even when you're looking for a filter on your Instagram, you'll notice that if you're dark skinned, the filters basically just make you lighter. There's none that can honor the integrity of the melanin in your skin. And to be honest, I think we're in a space where we have women who are coming out and championing darker skinned women. And I feel like a lot of darker skinned women are feeling empowered to say, hey, I've taken this for long enough. I'm a dark skinned woman who is just as talented, maybe even more talented than so and so. And to basically make other women of the same complexion feel like, please don't feel like you have to lighten your skin. Please don't feel like you have to buy lighter makeup products, because also we've seen that in the way that makeup companies are now being more inclusive and diverse in terms of skin tones. So I think it's important to note that we are at a point where there's a shift, and we're starting to recognize that darker skinned is just as beautiful as lighter skinned, and the privilege of light skin is also starting to be called out, and people are becoming more and more aware that this was actually a thing that was plaguing us for the very longest of times. Yeah, so I think we're moving in the right direction. Yeah. You have muted yourself. I can't hear you.
Oh, okay. Sorry. Always forget. So now people are asking, since Gengetone is a new wave of music, yeah, what do you think about, like, what's your take on that kind of music right now?
I think Gengetone is dope. Like, Gengetone is another genre that we can enjoy. The people who love it, love it. I have listened to some Gengetone jams and I have jammed to them. So I think Gengetone is amazing. And I think the order of the world is that new things come up all the time, and new things are attractive. They are things that we gravitate towards. And I want to say that let's honor that, you know, these are the Gengetone artists are also creating something out of their own experiences, out of their own tastes. And if we love it, we love it. If there's people who have different tastes, that's completely fine. A genre coming up doesn't mean another has to be diminished. You know, just because Gengetone is great right now and people are loving it doesn't mean that Genge itself or New Nairobi or whatever people are calling everything else is now having to go down. All these genres can exist at par, and we can love as many as we want. Just because you love one genre doesn't mean you can't explore another. So I don't think anything has to be pitted against each other. Gengetone is dope and I love it and I enjoy it. And, you know, great job to all the Gengetone artists.
Okay, so we are 5 minutes past time. I'd like us to probably finish at that. And then all the other questions that have been sent, we will probably direct them to your DM on Instagram, and then probably you can do a story maybe answering questions, because we're not able to finish like on all questions right now because our other speaker is here, if that's fine by you.
That's okay. Yeah.
Yeah. So I'll ask Max, do you have any other question or anything to say?
Yeah, for sure. Maybe it is just fair that we plug in our viewers from YouTube, and there is a question from YouTube by Tinaise My Name, and she's asking you, Patricia, as a multi-potentialite. Wow, that's a big name.
Yes.
Multi-potentialite. How do you cater for all your passions?
I have found that all my passions feed into each other. They're all, you know, there's not one that's greater than the other. And if I honor them and give them as much love and explore them whenever I feel like it, I don't have to feel like, okay, right now I'm loving music too much, I have to now love YouTube as much. I give them time to shine. You know, there's a time when music will take a back seat, and that's okay. I'm still enjoying listening to music. There's a time acting will take a back seat because, you know, maybe the YouTube is thriving at that point. So allowing all of them to just naturally and authentically come forward whenever they need to, and for me to honor them at my fullest when they do. And if they coincide, that's absolutely perfect. They coincide a lot of times, they're concurrent. So you don't have to choose one over the other. There's a question that people ask all the time. Okay, so you sing and you act and you do radio and you do improv comedy and YouTube. Which one do you love the most? And the answer is I love them all. I enjoy them all. And I do them when the need comes, when I feel the need to express myself in either one of them. And they're things that feed my soul. And so I'm grateful that I have all these things to feed my soul. Yeah.
Amazing. And I think I'd also pose a question to you, since you did psychology.
Yep.
What do you think is the state of mental health for the youths right now? And do you think enough is being done to ensure that the mental state of the youth especially also in the creative industry, being aware of the bullying and everything that has been happening. So how do you think this mental health or the mental state of people should be handled moving forward, maybe?
I think right now we're at a time, again, I'm going to use this word, shift. I think I love that we're having more conversations online. I'm seeing more people talking about mental health, mental wellness. And I love that the stigma around mental health, wellness, I even like to call it mental fitness, is being taken away from these conversations. And people are feeling free and more open to discuss and to know and to realize that it's okay to not be okay. And I think awareness is such a big part of learning and of overcoming. So once we realize that, one, this is not an issue that means I'm crazy, because for the longest time, anytime we talked about mental health, you just think, okay, they're mad, they're depressed, they're this. And once we realize that there's a scale to things and it's not just black and white, it's not that if you're mentally well or you're mentally not. There's a scale to things, and you can be okay today and tomorrow you're not. Something can trigger you. I love that these conversations are being had. I love that people with great platforms, big platforms, are having these conversations, so that people who felt like, oh, I'm going to keep it to myself because it's not cool or because people will think this, once they see that, oh, if so-and-so talked about this and that experience that they had is similar to mine, then it's good that I'm, one, not alone. Two, I know that it's something that I can handle, I can deal with. It's not that I'm crazy. And three, we're able to share and empower and strengthen each other in these conversations. So I feel like the shift is happening. Not enough is being done, but I'm glad that we're moving in that direction. And I love that people are seeing the importance of having these conversations in open spaces. And I hope and pray that I can also be a part of enabling these conversations to expand and to grow, so that we get to a point where, it's completely okay to say, yo, I'm dealing with this, or I'm feeling like this, and nobody's gonna be like, that's a weirdo. We're gonna just be accepting, and we're gonna be accommodating, and we're gonna be allowing for healing and growth. So yeah.
That's amazing. That's amazing. That's so powerful. And lastly, before we let you go, I'm seeing so much black on your background and your t-shirt. What is the color you think about when you think of happiness?
Wow. Right now, currently, I'm really gravitating towards yellow and orange.
Are you sure you're cute? Are you not Kamba?
But the colors change. I've realized that I go through phases. So these are the colors of today. Tomorrow, I don't know. Half of my house is painted black and I love it so much. So it doesn't mean that I'm dark. It doesn't mean that, it's just a preference. Yeah.
Thank you very much for that. I think from me, I'm done. I think you can sit in for a series of puns that will come after this session. Then maybe you can leave at your own pleasure later on. Yeah.
All right. Thank you so much, guys. It was such a pleasure.
Thank you.
Thank you so much for attending.
Thank you. Bye, everyone.
Guys, thank you very much for everyone who's sending in your messages of thanking Patricia for being here and enjoying the entire session. Thank you very much. I think we're on a break. Buari, you're there. Buari, are you there?
Yes, I'm here. Sorry.
Sure. Okay, so. Type an emoji if you enjoyed Patricia's session. Type emojis, type, express yourself if you enjoyed Patricia's session.
Oh, so much love. Whoa.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I can see. All right, so as we do that, we are on our punch it break as well, and we finished up on the riddle of what can you catch but cannot throw, and guys said our answer was cold. Guys said feelings and such. I saw someone on YouTube say money. Wow. Someone can't throw money, but anyway, thank you very much. And we move to the next one. What do you think architects are good at? What do you guys think architects are good at?
Improvising with emotions, drawing attention.
Drawing attention. Wow. That's a good one.
Ah,
Someone else.
oh, you guys are making my day. Wow. Next person, guys, enjoy participation. Enjoy participation.
Yeah.
Chorea story. Wow.
Sharia story. Okay, that's a good Kenyan way to answer the question.
Kuchora form. Hey, okay. Drawing conclusions.
Drawing conclusions, nice. Okay, our answer is coming up with concrete plans. Next, why do you think he came late to the funeral? Why do you think he came late to the funeral? Why do you think he came to the funeral late or late to the funeral? Answers, please. Chat box, I can see.
It was belated. He died.
Belated. That's
because he died. He was belated. He died or belated. Okay.
Frank amesema nini? I want to hear from Frank. He's seemingly
Frank has been so quiet.
Frank, what happened? Do you have a right answer? Worry.
No, he was belated because time passed away. It was his time. He was deceased.
Wow. Our answer was he's not a morning person.
I'm still laughing because what? Okay. He's not a morning person. Oh.
Okay. Next. Why do you think it is so hard to eat a clock? Why is it so hard to eat a clock?
Send in the answers, guys. Send in the answers. Mudani says it takes time.
Takes time, nice.
He says it's time consuming. Everyone else is saying it takes time. It's always moving because of time.
Okay, our answer was it is time consuming to eat a clock.
Is it you're the winner of the moment? Shine and Nema.
Okay, you guys should grab your bragging rights. Yeah, that's the one. Anyway, what do you think cows tell each other when they go to bed or during bedtime? What do you think cows tell each other when they go to bed or during bedtime, guys? Your answers?
I'm just laughing because what? Someone says more night or more and then night. See you in the morning. Move over. See you in the morning. Frank says daily tales. Frank is back, guys, with a
Frank
bang.
is back. I think.
Shaxi says more night. Okay. Move over. Okay, I don't even know how to pronounce these things, but it has a moo.
Frank,
or a moo.
you're right. I think Frank is the only person who's right. So
Yeah,
cows tell
Frank
each
is
other
back.
dairy tales.
Dairy tales.
Yeah. Okay. Why do you think we should be saying RIP to boiling water? Why do you think we should be saying rest in peace to boiling water? Guys, chat box on YouTube, I'm seeing Sam Kamau saying, for the previous one, Alisema, see you in the morning. That was a good one. Now. Yeah.
Sarah says it will be missed. Frank says you shall be missed. Mutoni says it shall be missed. Shaksi says shall be missed, into bracket missed. Okay, I don't know how to like differentiate the two words, but yes, those are the answers.
Amazing. You guys, whoever said it will be missed is correct. So I think every time you boil water, please remember this span and just say an RIP silently in your heart. Because it's about to get missed. So riddle. For the final one, before you move to the next guest. What is 3/7 of chicken, 2/3 of cat, and 2/4 of goat? What is 3/7 of chicken, 2/3 cat, and 2/4 of goat?
Honestly, whoever gets this, wow, that was so fast. They got the answer. Chicago. Steph Jerry, Karen, Malcolm, everyone is now saying Chicago. Okay, fine. Y'all are smart.
YouTube, I'm not seeing YouTube. Let me see if I can get someone come air is being blown. Brenda Gitahi, I can see your answer from YouTube. I think Samal Kamal has answered horse. The answer to this question is horse. Wow.
Someone has said easy riddles is the 1%.
Guys, don't worry. I hope we are not discouraging you, reducing your self-esteem. But anyway, that is it from me. I think Buari, you can guide me on the next session that you're gonna take. Yeah.
Sure. So now we are going to our last speaker of the day, last speaker of the summit, and you know the last is the best. So just be prepared to be mind blown. And Max is going to take over and introduce the speaker. So guys, send in your questions as early as now. Yes, we want to enjoy this last speaker and yes, have an amazing session. So Max, take it away.
Thank you very much. I hope you guys. So Y4DG once more. If you are loving the sessions and if you're having a good time so far. Y4GG on the chat box before I proceed. I wanna see them. Y4GG. Thank you, Steph. Thank you, Melissa. Y4GG on the chat box. Thank you, Maureen. Thank you, Marcy. Angela, thank you. Rijo, easy, thank you. Sharon, Catherine, Sandra, thank you very, very much. And also on YouTube, allow me thank Joynina, Faith, I can see Brenda, I can see Hilda, Neema, Jessica, Shawi, Faith, Sintoya, Tinez who asked the question. I can see Dana Gudu as well on YouTube. Samuel on YouTube. Susan Lengewa on YouTube. Derek Chamau on YouTube. Jonathan. I'll say Brenda. Yeah, Brian and Elijah. Thank you very much, guys, for all your feedback. So this next guest is an American social entrepreneur. He is the executive director and co-founder of Millennium Campus Network, graduated from the University from Brandeis University with a Bachelor of Arts in International and Global Studies. He is ranked top 100 most influential policy leaders under the age of 33. He's an advisor to the executive director of United Nations Women. He has helped in the launch of Millennium Fellowship, which is a student movement for the UN Sustainable Development Goals in 15 nations. He has given talks to over 100 institutions worldwide, including Harvard, MIT, the White House, the United Nations and the Vatican. And he has been speaking on tours across the across nations for the United States State Department. And this guest is none other than Sam Varga. Hello, Sam. If you're on the call, how are you?
I'm doing well, thanks. How are you?
I'm good. What time is it from wherever you are?
It's a little after 7 in the morning.
So good morning.
Thank you. Yeah, it's a holiday here, so I would only be up this early for you.
Thank you very much for that. Before we start, I can see you have a very amazing, a very beautiful lapel over there for SDGs. Maybe you could send me one.
I can make that happen.
We begin our session by asking you, what is your favorite sustainable development goal and why?
SDG 8, and I think particularly because with so many more young people entering into labor markets around the world, ensuring that there is decent work and opportunity for everybody, especially young people, is front of mind and work that I'm dedicated to.
Okay, that's amazing. So maybe I can give you time to take it away with whatever you had planned for us. If you have a presentation, we can give you access to present. You can just take it away. You have 20 minutes. Maybe I could add you some if you'll run out of time, and then we'll proceed to a question and answer session.
Perfect. Well, Max, thank you so much for the warm introduction. Thank you to Harriet for connecting us, Diana, everyone on the team. It's extraordinary to see all of you today. I was grateful to catch a little bit of Patricia's input, which is absolutely brilliant. And just really, and I even learned about Gengatone. There's so much in the world that I don't know. And I've been really inspired by Millennium Fellows in Kenya at Kenyatta University and others. And so I hope it's not a one-off conversation. I hope that we can continue the conversation beyond the summit. I'll start just in the chat box. I'm just sharing. I'm at Sam Vagar. We're at MCN Partners, and our website is millenniumfellows.org. I do have a brief presentation, and I'll try and rush through it and leave time for as many questions as I can. And if not, feel free to follow up with me one-on-one anytime, and I'll be sure to address any questions anyone may have. So as a welcome, my name is Sam Vagar. I am the executive director of MCN, and really where I wanted to focus time is on building your professional network. We're living in a moment with COVID-19, with massive displacement, uncertainty, and in the US context, a very robust and needed movement and conversation on Black Lives Matter. And so we're in this moment in time where I think for a lot of young people, there's great uncertainty, but also great possibility. And I want to focus on building that possibility with you, particularly when building your professional network may take a different form. It may be more digital than ever before. But I want to give you some concrete tips that I've learned from the last 12 years that I hope will inform the next steps in your journey. So for a little bit of context, I'll race through this on MCN. We help undergraduates change the world. We started in our university dorm rooms 12 years ago, and I'll briefly share this story, but our North Star is really helping young people own their voice and their power to make a difference. That is what guides everything in my life and our work at MCN. And so this journey began in part by reading a single article that was on the cover of Time magazine. And this article was excerpts of the book, The End of Poverty by the economist Jeffrey Sachs. Also read Mountains Beyond Mountains about an organization, Partners in Health, learned that over 700 million people live on less than $1.90 a day in extreme poverty. And I was a really shy kid growing up, but reading those two books really elucidated for me the challenges that are faced globally. And I reached out. I put down those books. I picked up the phone. I cold called Jeff Sachs. I went down to Columbia University 2 days later, met with his team. I said, look, I'm 19 years old. I'm a sophomore at Brandeis University. I don't have many answers, but I know our generation can do more. I know we can do more to tackle extreme poverty, advance the UN Sustainable Development Goals, and I want to figure out what small role we can play in making those goals reality. Came back to campus, started small-scale public health fundraisers. Then in the fall of '07, convened student leaders from across the city of Boston and said, look, we're all focused on injustice, but we're doing this work in silos. And it's exactly why, Youth for Global Goals Summit is so important. We all have passions. We all want to make a difference. But when we work in silos, we minimize impact, minimize diffusion of knowledge. And so we said, what would happen if we collaborated? 6 months later, we had our first summit at MIT with 1,000 student leaders from around the world, with Paul Farmer, Jeff Sachs, John Legend, the head of USAID. Paul, Jeff, and John joined our board of advisors, and they said, we're in, let's build this student network on poverty. I said, I'm 20 years old. I don't even know what this is yet, but okay, let's give this a shot. And 6 months later, really in our campus dorm rooms, and even before that, we launched Millennium Campus Network as this platform for undergraduates making a difference. We made it a certified nonprofit NGO, and here we are 12 years later. So we've been on this 12-year journey helping undergraduates advance sustainable development and the SDGs. And these are just a couple of examples of projects that Millennium Fellows have led on. In Nigeria, Millennium Fellows leveraging solar power to provide electricity to 106 community members. In Mexico, Millennium Fellows leveraging their business skills to help local artisans secure sustainable livelihoods. And on multiple campuses, Millennium Fellows creating community gardens to ensure that there's access to food security, both on campus and in the local community. To spotlight two fellows quickly, Carissa Shaw created Cyber Sensibility. It's an extraordinary organization and curriculum tackling cyberbullying. She launched this in the US, and then through the Millennium Fellowship, found ambassadors in India and scaled the program in India to middle schoolers in both countries. Philemon Kuza at the University of Ibadan in Nigeria created the Open Campus Initiative, which has been focused on a simple challenge, but an important one. So many students and young people, I'm sure many of you watching and tuning in right now, you might write a thesis, do innovative research, you write it down. If it's great, it gets printed, it gets put into maybe a campus library, but it's very hard for others to access it. So Philemon created a digital database for his campus so that other students can access that research digitally, and is now scaling that up on campuses in Nigeria. So very, very concrete, small scale projects, but then in aggregate, we've had over 6,000 alums. 75% of our alumni are now in careers with social impact in the public and private sectors. Last year alone, we had 805 Millennium Fellows leading 422 unique projects, volunteering nearly 100,000 hours, positively impacting more than 500,000 people's lives in 15 countries. This all started, what I'm outlining in this slide started in one university dorm room 12 years ago. So, for each of you who is a student or a young leader who's thinking, well, what can my voice do? How far can my work carry? The reality is, in this hyper-connected world where we can connect simultaneously while I'm here in Boston at 7 in the morning, you can touch and reach the world. And that's really what we've sought to do in building this platform with the Millennium Fellowship. This program is now a partnership between MCN and the United Nations Academic Impact, provides training, connections, credentials to undergraduates making a difference. And so if you are an undergraduate or you know undergraduates, you can head to millenniumfellows.org. You can apply and join us for the class of 2021. And that application opens this month. So with that said, I wanted to share three concrete lessons on professional networking that I hope you can take with you from this presentation, apply it in your life. These are the things that have really most changed the trajectory of my life and set us up for success. So this first piece of advice, never be afraid to talk to anyone. When I was 18 years old, I was walking along the street in Washington, D.C. I came across a homeless man. And so often when I would see someone homeless growing up, I would ignore them. I would honestly almost pretend that person didn't exist. And in this moment at 18, I decided to do something different. And this simple decision was to sit with this man. In the bitter cold in DC, we sat together. We shared lunch. And about 20 minutes into the conversation, I asked this man, "How do you survive?" And he looked back at me and he said, "I'm not afraid to talk to anyone. I'm not afraid to look up at those above me and ask for help. Never be afraid to talk to anyone. Never be afraid to talk to anyone." This is the single best piece of advice I've received in my life. And it did not come from a world leader. It did not come from a professor of mine. It came from a man who was homeless. And so what this taught me was, one, the labels that we impose and put on other people to categorize, to kind of set apart and sometimes demean others. So often in that process, we actually lose a piece of ourselves. We lose a piece of our shared humanity. And we miss out on somebody else's humanity and fully valuing their experience. This man's experience, what he shared with me over this lunch in 45 minutes, transformed me. I was a shy kid growing up, but learning to never be afraid to talk to anyone was the single best piece of advice that I received. And so I always share with young leaders everywhere in the world, when you come across somebody who is homeless or marginalized in some way, to stay open, to really push against any conditioning, anything you may have been taught, if you have been taught things that disparage others, really try and stay open and see people as they are, as people. This man changed my life. And so 2 years later, I was at a conference in Miami. There was an actor there named Cal Penn. Cal had left Hollywood. He's known for a movie, The Namesake, and then a series of movies, Harold and Kumar. And Cal had left Hollywood to work for President Obama on youth engagement in the White House. And you all can imagine seeing this Hollywood celebrity, this global leader. Maybe it's a leader like Patricia, like somebody who everybody reveres and admires. But everyone in the room was too shy to go and say hi. And so in this moment, I knew, never be afraid to talk to anyone. I took that piece of advice to heart, and I walked right over to Cal, and I introduced myself. I said, "Hi, I'm Sam Vagar from Boston. I head Millennium Campus Network, MCN, and we're a platform for undergraduates making a difference." And Cal looked at me and he said, "This is wonderful." And I said, "Look, I'd love to connect further." And Cal gave me his business card. And I want to give you some very specific advice right here, which is, when you come across somebody, whether it's in person or digital, and you want to connect further with them, If you don't have business cards and you can get some printed for yourself, do it. Make that investment if you can. Otherwise, write your information down on a card, on a piece of paper if you can. But when you're in person, it's so important. Ask the other person, can I have your business card? Can I have your card? Can I get your information? Can I write down your email address? Ask for their information. Don't just hand your card or your information to them. Somebody like Cal, you can imagine, they're meeting, or like Patricia, they're meeting hundreds, thousands of people a week. So in that moment that you connect and you really have a moment together, that's the moment to really build on that connection and ask to follow up. If you just hand over your contact information, the likelihood they're going to follow up with you, from my personal experience, not always, but more often than not, is that you're not going to get a follow-up. And that's just the reality of the world. And so make a point to always ask for that contact information. But then if you have your own, share your card, share your contact information as well. Create that reciprocity so the person follows up with you. And so that's what I did. I said, Cal would love to connect. Cal said, well, look, here's my card, and I would love to invite you to come to the White House and share the work that you're doing with MCN. And I said, you know, yeah, look, I'd love to. I'm pretty busy. I don't know that I can. I'm just kidding. Of course, you go to the White House, you don't miss that opportunity. So I followed up, made plans. A key piece here that I'll share with you all is follow up within 24 hours. If you connect with somebody who really moves you, do not sit on it. Again, global leaders or anybody, a professor, a faculty member, a university president, a vice chancellor, whoever it might be, they have so much going on in their lives. And so as you're launching your careers, if you wait 5, 10, 10 days, 20 days, a month, and you try following up and you say, hey, remember me? We connected at that event a month ago. The likelihood that you're going to get a follow-up is slim. You have this moment of magic almost when you're connecting at an event. So I always encourage young leaders, follow up within 24 hours. If they move you, follow up within 24 hours. It can be a very brief email or a very brief message. Literally, 4 or 5 lines, quick, short, to the point, but share something specific, a quote or something specific that really moved you, that you affirm in what they shared. And then really ask, make a very concrete call to action, like, hey, can we set up 20 to 30 minutes to talk in the next 2 weeks, in the next month. Would love to get your advice and counsel on what we're building or on my next steps in my career. So for me, that advice was key. Following up right away. Cal invited me to the White House, met with his team, with his colleague, and said, look, here's what we're building. And then, to be honest with you all, it actually took another 10 months before something manifested. And so I learned from Ron Cordes of the Cordes Foundation that there's a simple question. It's 5 words. It's just 5 words, a simple question you can ask in almost every meeting, whether it's an employer and you're looking for an internship or job, whether it's a funder that you're pitching for investment or support, whether it's graduate school and you're applying. There's a simple question that you can pose in any business meeting that really changes the dynamic, that shows that you have tremendous value. Does anyone know what that question is? If you do, you can write it in the chat box, or Max, if you have a thought, you can shout it out. Does anyone have a thought on, it's a simple question, just 5 words that you can ask in any meeting that really equalizes the relationship and shows that you have value?
Anyone can go? How can I help you? Requeen Nerito says that. How can I help you? Karen as well says that.
Well, I suspect maybe people have seen my presentation before. Or they're really, really good, because usually it takes a few more minutes to get the right answer. So I'm very impressed. So thank you, Max, and thank you to each of you. Yes. So how can I help you? I want you to write that down, write that question down. It is so important. The reason why, and of course it's culturally contextual. You may want to frame it differently in Kenya versus in the US. But here's why that question is so powerful. In asking someone else, how can I help you? You're really affirming that the other person's aspirations and goals are as important as your own. Instead of saying, I need this, I need an internship, I need a job, I need funding, I need support, it's really also affirming at the outset that you want to support the other person. It also shows that you have tremendous value. You know, for you, leading in AIESEC, leading in SDS and youth, leading in youth networks, you are change makers and leaders. You have so many gifts to share with the local community and the entire world. And so, and marketing firms and companies are always looking to young people. Everyone wants to know, what do young people care about? What do they prioritize? So know that, own that. And that piece is so important. So asking, how can I help you? More often than not, the other person will say, well, there's maybe not so much that you can, I don't need your help right now. But just by asking the question, you show that intention, that you care about the other person and their objectives. And you know, if you're applying for an internship or a job, it could be, how can I best help you achieve your objectives over the next 12 months, right? If I was to join your team, how can I best support your vision and objectives? Just asking the question, showing that you really want to understand the other person. That's exactly what I did with Cal Penn. So I kept asking, you know, every couple of months, I reached out and I said, how can I help you? How can MCN help you? And Cal said, look, you know, we've got this. We're at the White House. We've got things figured out. And then after about 10 months, Cal said, actually, Sam, we're launching an initiative called White House Youth Roundtables. We want to know what young Americans care about. I said, that's brilliant. Okay. So we organized groups of young leaders, just like this, just like we're on this webinar and this virtual summit together. We did that in small groups all over the United States, organizing our network, just to share their work on global development, making a difference in community. And Cal called and he said, hey, do you want to come to a debrief meeting in the White House and share the findings? And so we said, absolutely. And 10 of us, 10 national young leaders, were invited to the White House. I don't know if any of you have been to the White House or to the West Wing, but it was actually really small. And so you can imagine walking into the West Wing, we walk in, we see Jay Carney, President Obama's press secretary, walks by and he says, hi, I'm Jay, how are you? And we're like, hey, we were really kind of flustered. We weren't sure what to say. President Obama's energy secretary is right next to us. And then we look in the corner of our eyes, we see the Roosevelt Room. And in the Roosevelt Room, Cal Penn is there and he waves us in. So we walk in and the 10 of us sit around the table with Cal and we talk about the power of young people. Each of us has an issue we care about, whether it's tackling poverty or disease or discrimination or climate change. Each of us has issues that we're deeply and profoundly passionate about. And so we talk about all these issues of the day. And halfway through the meeting, Cal leaves and he says, hey, I'll be back in 5 minutes. And 5 minutes later, I mean, you can imagine this is just a wall, right? So it's just a wall, but 5 minutes later, the wall opens up and everybody stops talking. And bounding in, bounding in comes Bo Obama, the dog. And right behind Bo Obama, in walks Barack Obama. And he says, hi, I'm Barack Obama. We're like, yeah, we know who you are. And so the president comes into the room and is coming around to shake each of our hands. And this leads me to my third piece of advice for building your professional network, which is know what you want out of every meeting. Set intention with your time. And this is that moment for me connecting with President Obama. when the president came around to shake each of our hands, he came around and I reached out and I said, "Hi, I'm Sam Vagar from Boston." And then I pulled out of my pocket a note that we had written for the president and a note that we had written for the first lady. And I handed them to the president. I said, "These are for you." And he looked down perplexed. The Secret Service probably hated me, but I didn't really care in that moment, because never be afraid to talk to anyone. Never be afraid to talk to anyone. And so the president takes these notes. He sits down right across from me. And I knew in this moment, right? Know what you want out of every meeting. So we came into this meeting with intention. And the president talks for about 10, 15 minutes about the power of young people, why it's so important to make a difference when you're young, not to wait until you're 80 or 90 to give back, but to know that the SDGs, goals like this, these global goals, they take our leadership now, here and now, this generation stepping up now. And we were all moved. And after about 10, 15 minutes, the president was like, "Thank you, thank you." You could tell he was getting ready to go. And so I knew in this moment, okay, know what you want out of every meeting, set that intention, make the most of that moment. And so this is what I did. I raised my hand. And the president looked around the room. He said, "Thank you, thank you." He saw my hand, just like you all see my hand on this screen. And he said, "Yeah, Sam, go ahead." I said, "Mr. President, thank you. Your leadership to me is a bold statement, because look, now I'm 33, but if you had told me when I was 10 years old that someone named Barack Hussein Obama would be elected president of the United States of America, I would not have believed you. And I don't think I would have been the only one." And so I said, "Your leadership is a bold statement, whether you're a Republican, Democrat, Independent. It is so important." And I shared, and Mr. President, I'd love to invite you and the First Lady to get involved in the work that we're doing at MCN. And the whole room laughs. The whole room cracks up. I mean, you can see me right across the table from the president. Everyone in the room is laughing at me because I'm pitching the president in front of the whole group. But in that moment, I didn't care, because never be afraid to talk to anyone. Make the most of every opportunity. And what happened was the president said, "Thank you." And right after the president said, "Thank you," every other hand went up. Now everyone had something to say. Everyone had something to share, which taught me that being first is so hard. When no one else knows what the outcome is going to be, when there's a lot of uncertainty, no one wants to go first. And for any of you who are going to be or are a social entrepreneur, an entrepreneur, it is so hard to be first, to identify a problem that other people know is there, but they're not sure how to address it. And you're going to make mistakes along the way, but you're willing to try. So be willing to try. It's so important to have that courage of conviction. And so that's what happened. And a month later, the State Department called and they said, "Sam, do you want to share your work with youth and educators in Bosnia and Herzegovina?" So we went in 2011, traveled six cities in 7 days, all over the country, sharing our work, our curriculum, our model for youth leadership development. Then in 2013 in Morocco, 2015 in Bulgaria and North Macedonia, all through US embassies and the US Department of State. And it led to, in 2017, for the first time, we hosted our convening outside of the US, in Africa, in Morocco. We had 200 young leaders from 36 countries together in Rabat to share best practices and leadership on the global goals. So, in summation, these are the 3 pieces of advice that I hope every single one of you will leave with and apply in your work and your lives. They're not universal, they're going to be culturally specific and contextual, but these are 3 pieces of advice that have changed my life, and I hope will change yours. 1, never be afraid to talk to anyone. 2, ask, how can I help you? And 3, know what you want out of every meeting. even in a summit like this, right? A virtual summit, your time is so precious and valuable. So knowing what are your goals, and they can evolve, but come into every meeting with an intention. Maybe it's you want to connect with the speaker afterwards. Maybe it's you want to connect with others in the community. Maybe it's a project that you want to pitch to others and share an opportunity. Whatever it might be, and your goals can change, but set those so that you make the most of the time that you have. I'll just share, in closing, one, practice makes perfect. This stuff, even though I say never be afraid to talk to anyone, sometimes it is scary, and that's okay too. But it's important to just take those steps to practice and persist when somebody says no. Or if you don't hear from somebody right away, feel free to follow up, try one more time, because people get inundated with emails, inundated with requests. You can keep in touch with me on social, connect with me at Sam Vagar. You can connect with us at MCN Partners. As I shared, our website, millenniumfellows.org. It's a platform for undergraduates now in Kenya, in the US, and 15 countries advancing the SDGs. And I'll just share, this is the question that really inspired me. In 2013, a young leader in Morocco, Layla, asked me, she emailed me after this presentation, and she said, how do we create an awareness in the heart of people? How do we create an awareness in the heart of people? And it was the most profound question I've ever been asked, because so much of the change that we need in the world is not external, it's internal. It's change that we need within. And I don't have the answer to this question, but I started to reflect and realize the question really wasn't intended for me. It was one that was really meant to be shared with all of you. And so I wanted to pass that question on to you, and just to remember that, this whole journey, building the Millennium Fellowship, traveling to multiple countries around the world, that wouldn't have happened if not for reaching out, raising my hand, and pitching the President of the United States. And that wouldn't have happened if in that moment I didn't follow up with Cal and say, how can I help you, and keep asking again and again and again. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't reach out and introduce myself to Cal. And that wouldn't have happened if I didn't meet a homeless man who taught me to never be afraid to talk to anyone. So that man, who was just a few blocks from the White House, who was homeless, really changed my life and set me on a completely different trajectory that led me to help build this global youth movement. And so I just want to inspire you and encourage you and remind you that every person you come across, whatever labels society has placed on them, see beyond the labels, see the individual, connect with them as you want to be connected with, and together we can manifest and make the SDGs reality. And I'm so grateful to each of you for your leadership. I'm glad I can be the last speaker of the day for you, which is the beginning of the day for me here in Boston. And I'm just so honored to be with you, and look forward to keeping in touch.
Oh, I think, okay, I literally don't know what to say, but that has been a very, very moving discussion from you and points from you. Thank you very, very much for waking up so early to be with us here. And as you can see on the chat box, people are sharing in their thoughts and just applauding you for such a very powerful, should I say, presentation. Yeah. Back here in Kenya, actually here in Kenya, we also have a White House. When you go to a photo booth and the background is the White House, that is the closest we have been to the White House. Yeah. Yeah. Thank you very much, Sam. I think I'll begin with the question of who inspires you? Who inspires your works? Apart from the stories we've told us, who inspires your works?
I mean, there's so many leaders and role models that I learned from. One who is on our board of advisors, Sakina Yakubi. Sakina, in the 1990s, when the Taliban closed girls' schools in Afghanistan, Sakina created the Afghan Institute of Learning, 80 underground schools, educating 3,000 girls in Afghanistan. She's now scaled this organization up with schools, training, health clinics to reach and serve 12 million people in Afghanistan. So leaders like Sakina Yakubi, who've dedicated their entire lives to this space and to the work of really restoring and healing humanity, are the ones that most speak to me and resonate. It's not easy to make it a lifelong commitment, but those who do are the ones that I always seek out and seek to learn from.
That's amazing. What do you think is the difference in how sustainable development goals are implemented in Africa and in the United States and probably Europe as well?
You know what? I would say the biggest difference that I've seen is, and I say this genuinely, is the passion of young people. The passion of young people. There is nowhere on the planet like Africa and youth leadership in Africa. And I've seen that across the continent. It's no surprise to me that whenever we put out a call for applications, whether it's for the Millennium Fellowship or the Millennium Oceans Prize, the strongest response that we see globally is in Africa. There are so many young people, and Fred Swaniker and others write about this and talk about this, this youth dividend, the number of young people who are coming into education and into the labor force. To me, that represents probably the best opportunity to manifest the global goals, is just the passion and ingenuity of young people in Africa. I'm from the United States, and I love the US, and there are incredible young people here as well. But I can just share honestly, there's something extraordinarily special about youth leadership in Africa. We've actually modeled a lot of what we built from what we learned in Liberia. There are youth networks in Liberia, Lin Su Fly and others that are basically umbrella youth networks that house 200 different youth organizations. We're not, like, from my experience over this 12 years, we're not as well organized here in the US in organizing and mobilizing youth leadership. And so that, to me, I think has been a great learning lesson. And I always encourage other youth networks to look to and learn from youth leadership across the continent.
Thank you very much. What do you think are the key things to consider when someone wants to build social impact or come up with a social enterprise? What are the key things to consider?
My colleague Abigail Kelbley had served in the Peace Corps and felt a lot of angst around the experience. I mean, loved it, but also felt angst. And she always talks about this term, heropreneurship. Heropreneurship, going into a community thinking you're going to save the community, that you have all the answers. And so she actually created this hashtag one year for our summit called Sidekicks Unite. So what does it really mean to decenter yourself in the narrative and really try to learn and understand from people, their lived experience, their assets, their vision, their aspirations and dreams. So for us, I think, every time a Millennium Fellow or another student leader says, hey, I have this big new idea, we're like, okay, hold on. One, are you from the community that you're seeking to serve and engage? Two, have you really built trust in community? Three, have you done an environmental scan, which Cheryl Dorsey at Echoing Green talks about, which basically means, have you looked to see who else is trying to solve the types of problems that you're trying to solve in community, or adding the kind of value you want to add? Are there other organizations that are doing the exact same thing? Don't be redundant. Don't do it just to be like, hey, I'm the president and CEO and founder of this new thing. So what? That's not what the world needs. We don't need 20 million or 100 million founders of tiny little entities. Like, what we need is to be really strategic with our time and our resources. And if that means linking up with an existing initiative and bolstering it with your talent, do that. I think only when you've kind of done the environmental scan, seen that there are gaps that aren't being addressed, and know that you have a really innovative idea, then go for it. Take those next steps. And I would prioritize trying to find the funding you need. In the US context, there's something called venture philanthropy. So Echoing Green, Draper Richards Kaplan Foundation. There are others like them who are doing this work, providing funding, seed funding, early stage funding for social enterprises, entrepreneurs. So definitely like think about your business model, how you're going to create earned income and sustain your project and initiative. But yeah, also just have the courage to try, because like a lot of people I think hesitate, and I myself almost did as well. And so I wouldn't be here talking to you if I had kind of said, well, we're not quite ready yet. So if you feel like you have an idea that's aligned and you've talked to people in community and they think it can help, test it, pilot it, even on a small scale, and then refine it year on year based on feedback directly from community.
Okay, thank you. I will go straight ahead to the delegates of this summit and the questions on the chat box. So first is, can anyone apply back here in Kenya? Can anyone apply to become a Millennium Fellow if the university or the campus they are in doesn't have MCN?
Yeah, so anyone can apply. You can go to millenniumfellows.org. It's open to undergraduates worldwide. And it's a semester-long program, training, connections, credentials. You can receive at the end of it a joint certificate from MCN and the United Nations Academic Impact. It's an amazing community, and it's 56% female. It's 39% first generation university students, 87% people of color, all over the world. And so I would encourage you, this next application will be open by July 15th for the class of 2021. So if you're going to be an undergraduate in 2021, apply for the program. You need at least 8 strong applicants on your university campus, and we usually recommend about 20. So talk to friends, classmates on campus, encourage them to apply as well.
Okay, thank you very much. Someone also on the chat box asks, that is Tess Zuo. Okay, just a minute. Yeah. Since you've never been afraid to talk to anyone, how do you deal with the losses you get in life, the L's you get in life from talking to people? You might reach out, but you get sort of rejection. So how do you deal with that?
It's a great question. Whew, it is a great question. I love that question. Look, the reality is I shared with you in, 20, 30 minutes, this quick linear story of I met a homeless man, I met Cal, I met President Obama, we grew this program around the world. It sounds so simple. In reality, it's kind of a squiggly line. There's a lot of ups and downs, probably more downs than ups, honestly. Many times when we thought this organization won't be able to continue, the program won't be able to scale, and we got a lot of no's, frankly, a lot of no's. I'll share with you all a very brief story. When we were starting, we went to the United Nations and we said, look, we have this vision to help support your goals, get students active to support your goals. Will you fund us? The UN said, absolutely not. Absolutely not. We get pitched like this every day from young people. We're not interested. Goodbye. No. Went back a second time. Same pitch. No. Went back a third time. No. Then we hosted our summit, had 1,000 student leaders come together, proved that we could really organize young people, even just with a single event. And I'll never forget, I went back a fourth time, sat down with Anita Sharma from United Nations Millennium Campaign and said, look, here's our budget. Here's what we're building. Was hoping for $2,000 or $3,000. I'll never forget. Anita looked down at the budget. She looked back up at me And she said, Sam, how about $20,000 to $30,000? I said, 30,000 sounds great. And that was our seed funding. That was how we launched MCN. So no is not always permanent. No sometimes means no, not right now. But you can always keep that person engaged on your listserv, keep them up to date on your progress. As you have a breakthrough, keep them posted. And so when you create that feedback loop and they have regular updates from you, then when you have an ask or you need funding or support, it's easier for them to have comfort and trust in who you are because you've already established with them what you stand for, the work that you're engaged in.
Okay. And the question is, when I'm applying for internships while I'm an undergraduate, what kind of value proposition should I make, or should I pitch to the company since I don't have much experience?
Well, I honestly, this whole notion of experience equaling, knowledge, I would really question. Not to be rude, right? But there are plenty of people who've been in leadership roles as long as I have, 12 years or 24 years or, 36 years. It doesn't mean that they're particularly more qualified. Think about the great social entrepreneurs that so many people admire today, Malala, Greta. I think about someone like Greta, who is 17 years old, who the world is listening to on climate justice. And there's so many other young leaders around the world, just like Greta, who are doing this work. Are they the most qualified? Have they spent decades doing the research? Not necessarily, but they had the courage of their convictions and the courage to try and stand up for what they believe is right. So to be specific to that question, I would think about your own life and reflect on where have you been a leader, either in your professional life, in your academic life, or in your personal life. Where have you really, as a colleague once taught me, leadership is really about living your values. So where have you really lived your values? Those are the stories to share with others. And to share with a potential internship or a job, an employer. Talk about those moments where you've led and how you want to lead for the company, how you really want to engage and support their vision. And you're leading, look, you're part of, obviously many of you are in AIESEC, in SDS and youth, like you're already leaders. And so I think you actually have a tremendous amount to offer. You could talk about, obviously it's generational, but you could talk about social media proficiency, marketing proficiency, storytelling, communications, networking, outreach. I mean, so many things. Obviously, a lot of jobs are, that I've had interest in when I was younger was around sales and outreach. A lot of that is just having the courage to try and being able to be open to rejection and to keep trying. But yeah, each of us has different skills. And to that specific question, if you want to follow up with me one-on-one, write me. I'm happy to kind of brainstorm that one with you. But I would just say, that notion that you don't have enough experience or there aren't enough things on your resume or CV, I would take that idea, kind of park that, put that in the parking lot and just think, what can I do? What do I have? I just got in, I'm going now for graduate school to the Harvard Kennedy School. Harvard is this incredible community. And I think a lot of people have imposter syndrome. Like, well, who am I to go to a place like this? Everyone's more accomplished than me. Well, if you think there's not enough on your CV, then you probably aren't going to go, right? You won't even apply. But I also just want to commend you for having the courage to apply, because that's exceedingly difficult. And beyond just putting in your resume, like every other person who's going to submit it in an online form, and I know sometimes this is discouraged, but it's only my advice, I would try and reach out directly to the CEO of wherever you're applying and just try to build a relationship, 6 months or a year before you're going to apply. Write to them on LinkedIn or email them a short note. Just say, your work is extraordinary for these 1 or 2 reasons. Here's a speech I saw you give. Here's why it resonated for me. very short note, like 4 or 5 sentences. Here's why it resonated. I would love 30 minutes to learn from your career because I aspire to be in the role that you're in. Try that out once or twice. If it doesn't work, don't do it again. But I'd love to see if somebody from this group tries and get back to me and let me know if it works.
Okay, thank you for that. There are so many questions. Maybe I'd advise that you be maybe brief so that I could pass almost all the questions to you. So there's another question of I think there is usually some bias around the young people and professionalism. I think people think the young people are not competent enough to take in jobs. So what is your take on this? What is your advice on this?
If they don't really trust you, you know, show them your professionalism, show them your leadership, which means like get the little things right. And I honestly fail at this myself sometimes, but where you can, every meeting, show up earlier on time. Like I said, follow up within 24 hours. Any question that they ask, be honest. If you're in an interview and they ask a question and you don't have the answer, say, I don't know, but I'll get back to you within, a day or two. Like I will respond to that specific question and then follow up. Follow up is something so many of us fail to do. So those little things I think will set you apart. And then honestly, if they're not willing to really value you, not just as a young person, but as a human being, if they look at you as, just a cog in the wheel and they say, okay, you're just going to do something for me. I don't really care about your leadership. That might not be the person to work for. Seek out people who really see you and your potential and your skills and talent that you have here and now, and value that talent here and now. I know those people are harder to find, but I have found them out there all over the world. And those are the people who can really mentor you and guide you into the next steps in your career.
Okay, thank you. Joy Nina from YouTube, watching us from YouTube, is asking, are mentors important in building a personal career as well as life? So like, how do you spot a useful mentor? Someone who's gonna guide you through.
So the question is like, how do you find a mentor?
Yeah, so like I think the first part of the question is it really important to have a mentor while building your personal career? And if yes, how do you spot one?
So I think it is important. It's different for everybody. For me, my mentors have been really role models and people I look up to. I made a point of, when I found somebody who was a role model, reach out to them, ask for their advice, then keep them updated, create a feedback loop with them, and just keep that relationship going. How do you spot them? I mean, for me, it's finding people who are doing extraordinary work that I can learn from, that I aspire to be. Not that I will be. I'll never be Sakina Yakubi or Paul Farmer or different global leaders who have devoted their whole lives. But really just taking the time to find stories that inspire, and then have the courage to reach out directly to those individuals, whether they're a CEO of a company or an executive director of an NGO, or leading at the United Nations, or whatever it might be. When you find somebody who inspires you in some small way, reach out. If nothing else, just reach out to acknowledge that in a very short note, just to acknowledge that they inspire. And oftentimes organically that can end up leading to a mentorship relationship.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. Sam from YouTube as well is asking, do you really think we could achieve SDGs by 2030?
I hope so. I mean, these are the goals of our time, and these are the goals that we all need to do everything we can to manifest. It's going to be challenging, especially in a world with COVID-19. I was reading some of the articles that were saying, okay, this is going to set us back a couple of years at least. So I think there's a lot of disruption happening right now, both from a public health standpoint and from a standpoint of the markets. But I think what it really comes down to more than anything is really a question of, do we have the will? Are we going to prioritize our shared and common humanity and the preservation and conservation of our planet? And if anything, this moment, I think, magnified here in the US, disparities in public health, so many brown and black people in the United States being disproportionately impacted. A movement like Black Lives Matter, which has been so robust and shifted public opinion and policy so quickly. There's so much more to do to undo and repair, really repair and have restorative justice for 400 years of injustice in the US. And so for us, I think it is possible, but it will take incredible grassroots movements like Black Lives Matter that really sustain and continue to grow and shape public opinion. I always remind friends here in the US that when MLK passed away here in the US, most people here in the US now revere him and talk about MLK and quote MLK. But Martin Luther King, during his life, I think at the end of his life, his unfavorable rating was something like 75%, 75% unfavorable. He was not particularly popular in US public opinion. And so it's a reminder to me that, when it comes to goals like the SDGs or the work of achieving justice, it may not always be the most popular things to do. It may push up against some social norms. It may be uncomfortable, but we have to have the courage to try because it really is about affirming humanity. And if we don't do that and we fall short, we can have as many of these Youth for Global Goals summits as we want, and we could be here in 2050 having a summit about how we came up short. I'd rather in 2030 have conversations about how we really shifted humanity into new paradigms. And I think it starts with and sustains with conversations just like the one that you all are leading today.
Okay, that's amazing. And finally, okay, Sam also asks, how do you think AIESEC could help MCN, or what kind of partnerships could AIESEC and MCN have for the promotion of SDGs?
Well, I think honestly, part of the beauty of our model, since we're not just chapter based, we don't really have campus chapters. We have these cohorts, and part of what's exciting about that is that a number of Millennium Fellows are AIESECers, and really what we want to do is not reinvent the wheel. We don't want to be one more chapter that comes in and says, hey, join this thing instead of this thing. That's silly. Really what we're trying to do is build communities of practice between leaders in AIESEC and SDN Youth and Enactus and so many other youth networks that are regional and global and local, and really just be a platform for leaders to engage together. So for us, that's kind of our singular focus. So that's why, we always encourage and would love to feature AIESECers in the Millennium Fellowship, have more and more in the community, and then vice versa. We're really an open book. Like if there are ways that we can be supportive for AIESEC in Kenya or AIESEC globally, whatever we can do to help and collaborate, we are happy to explore. These goals are too big to focus on any single organization or entity to solve. And so I think we all have to be a little bit more humble, take some ego out of the equation, and really reflect on our shared goals.
Okay, thank you very much. Edwin Kimani, if I'm not wrong, you had raised your hand. Do you maybe have a question? You can open your mic and ask. Edwin Kimani. Okay, I'll post the question in the chat box that has just been sent. How are your ideas derived? Or sorry? Okay, Hilda, maybe you can just open your mic and ask your question. Hilda? Okay, I'll ask it for you. How are your ideas derived? So in a moment from a voice, or does the idea come when something or someone else influences you? I'll repeat that. So how are your ideas derived? So is it in a moment from a voice, or does the idea come when something or someone else is influencing you? Yeah.
I think so often ideas are inspired by and recreations of others' ideas. It is rare to have completely independent thought. So yeah, for me, it was reading those books that started this journey. So it was others' ideas about what citizen activism could achieve. It was in later years talking to former student leaders in the movement to end apartheid, in the civil rights movement in the US, and the movement for climate justice, learning from their ideas and practices and experiences and applying those in the work we do. Yeah.
Yeah, okay, that's nice. Okay, to lighten things up, apart from Barack Obama, who other public figure, should I say public figure or world leader or personality, have you ever met?
Many. There's leaders like Paul Pullman, who is the CEO of Unilever from 2009 to 2019, who's one of the official UN SDG advocates, an extraordinary leader leveraging the private sector to achieve the SDGs. A really moving one for me, because he's also a Harvard alum, is Ban Ki-moon, the 8th Secretary General of the United Nations. We were both at an event in Boston, and I went over to him, and I I was actually inspired by a student the day prior who had asked me on the spot to have coffee. And, that student didn't know if I was busy or not, but just had the courage to ask. So the next day with Ban Ki-moon, His Excellency is right there. And I said, hey, I know you're pretty busy, but do you think like we could grab a coffee? And and he said, well, Sam, here's my wife, and we're actually about to fly, and he's from, he's in Seoul in Korea. So he's like, I've got other places to go. But he said, hold on. And he gives me his card, and he wrote down his personal email on his card, and he handed that to me. He said, keep in touch. And I followed up. And honestly, within 24 hours, he followed up with me. And I think, for those of you who don't know, Ban Ki-moon actually created not only helped launch UN Women, which I'm really proud to engage and support, but also the Office of the Youth Envoy at the UN. So he really prioritized in his tenure youth leadership, women's leadership, and he actually proves that to me every time. Every time I email, follows up right away. And so to me, it's less about kind of somebody who just has a platform and status, but somebody who really is an intergenerational leader, who sees people, whether they're young or old, and says, okay, you have value, and I want to engage you as a friend, as a human, and that's for me, Ban Ki-moon models so much of that in all he does.
Okay, thank you very much. Because of time, maybe I'll pose another sort of light question for you. So, is it true that your dad is Iranian?
That I've done what?
Is it true that your dad is Iranian?
Sorry, I couldn't hear you.
Is it true that your dad is from Iran?
From Iran. Yeah, sorry. So, yes, my background is actually British and Persian. And it's a long story I won't get into here, but my parents met at a discotheque in England, and here I am. So I'm really proud to have roots that are in Iran and roots in England. And it just proved to me that love endures and overcomes difference.
Thank you. Thank you very much. I think for those questions that have not been answered, Sam has left his social media accounts. You can just pose the question there, or you can send in. We can pose the questions for you later on. Thank you very much, Sam. I think we can leave you to go have breakfast if you've not had.
Max, I just want to say thank you to you and each of you. You know, what you all are leading on is so important. It is what the world needs right now. And I'm honored to engage. I think each of you in AIESEC doing extraordinary work to heal the world. And I so look forward to partnering with you for young leaders here in the US, learning so much from your example. We're all, there's so many extraordinary young leaders everywhere. So I think the opportunity to be in platform and community like this is really what makes the global goals possible. So thank you so much.
Thank you, thank you. I'm happy that at least I know someone who knows Barack Obama, so I know Obama as well. I've met him actually through you. Thank you.
Brilliant. Thank you. Thank you,
Yeah.
everyone.
You can stick around for some puns late after this, or you can leave at your own pleasure. You're free. You're free.
Thank you.
Okay. Buari,
Hi. Yeah, I'm here.
okay. Maybe do you have anything to say?
Not really. I just loved the session, and I love how it adds up to yesterday because Ezra, I think, was part of the Millennium that organized like the fellowship, Millennium Fellowship, and now today Sam has talked about it, and so I think actually everyone here should apply for it because we've seen one of us was able to join and be part of it, so everyone can ideally do it. So probably the universe aligning aligning everything, and I really love the session. Yeah.
Okay, thank you very much. Okay, we're gonna have our last round of puns and riddles before we welcome guys to present on SDGs. Is that okay, Buari?
Yeah, sure, that's fine.
Okay, so last set of puns and riddles. So this one was our last one. We finished on it. We say the answer is Chicago. So 3/7 of chicken, 2/3 of cat, and 2/4 of goat is Chicago. That's a riddle. Okay. Okay. Why will it be so weird if Apple, yeah, you know, Apple the phone, Apple the company, why will it be so weird for it to manufacture cars? Why will it be so weird for Apple, the company, to manufacture cars?
Enjoy participation, guys. Okay,
Chatbox, I
Malcolm
can see
said,
streaming in chatbox. YouTube as well. Someone can read. Let me check for the YouTube guys.
Malcolm says because it would okay because what because it wouldn't maybe it would have windows, it wouldn't have windows maybe. Sarah says it doesn't have windows. Shaxi, it would have windows. It wouldn't have windows. Someone says same. Andia says windows. Frank says because it will have windows. Tracy says I can't. What? I then car.
Okay, so
Then
yeah. So if you answered it, if it won't have windows or it will have windows, you're correct. I think you're correct. So there's no way you'll find a Windows. You'll find Windows and Apple together. Yeah. So yeah, you're right. How was Rome split into two? You guys, don't think too much, but I think you can think too much on this one. And if you know some history or the Bible or those things, yeah. So how was Rome split into two? Chat box, I can see.
Frank says with scissors.
Yes. Wow, Frank, really? Guys, yes.
Elsie says Frank got it. Okay. Ivy says with scissors. Shaxi, scissors cut it. Okay, think. We just go on because Frank already answered and everyone is saying that's the answer.
Okay. Yeah, so the answer is with a pair of scissors. So Caesar. If you know Caesar from the Bible and from history, yeah. Next, why can't a bicycle stand on its own? Why can't a bicycle stand on its own?
Karen says it's too tired.
Wow. Yeah, okay. So this set of puns are so easy, yeah. Anyone from YouTube answering? Can't see. Anyway, yeah. So you guys are right. Bicycle can't stand on its own because it's too tired. Yeah. Next, what do you think is the organization that atheists belong to? What do you think is the organization that atheists belong to? Wow, the chat box is dry. Come on, guys, it's empty. What organization do atheists belong to? Buhari, can you hear me?
Yeah, I can hear you. The first person right now has said a theoretician.
Wow,
Whoa.
is the organization. Okay.
Wow.
Anyone who has got it right?
No one else is answering. Everyone is just shocked with that answer. Because what?
Okay.
Langat says no God.
No God.
Oh.
Wow.
AIESEC MOI says ungodly.
Ungodly. That is anyway, let me give you the answer. It's a non-profit organization. Non-profit organization. Yeah. That is the answer.
Oh.
So artists don't believe in profits, don't believe in anything. So yeah, it's a non-profit organization. Yeah. Okay, next. All right, we are done. Okay, guys, to finalize this, I have a joke about construction. So on the chat box, if you want to hear it, you can tell me. I have a joke on construction. Do you want to hear it?
Yes, yes, I do. We do.
Let's hear. Let's hear
Okay.
it.
I'm working on it.
Wow, please go sleep. No.
Yeah.
Okay.
Don't leave me. Don't leave me.
Okay. I think Wari, I'll pass it over to you for a brief session. I think Samvaga gave a very nice space, and I don't feel bad by that we are behind time or past time. So I think I'll take it over to you so that you can introduce those who are gonna present the SDG breakout rooms discussions. Yeah, over to you, Bwari.
Okay, so during this session we are going to talk about the SDGs. We had a breakout, and we'll probably need to know what you talked about. Kindly be brief. You have 5 minutes. I will put a timer for this because we are way past time. It's now 3:35. We should have finished. So I'd ask the first SDG group, room 1. If you were the leader, ideally I could check the name, but kindly just bring yourself forth
I think
and
it's Hillary.
present.
Hillary was there. Yeah.
Hillary, Maureen wants to start.
Okay, Maureen can start. Yeah.
Okay. Oh, okay.
Okay. Hey guys. So yes, I was in room 4 and we were talking about SDG 16 and 17. So let me start with SDG 16, peace, justice, and strong institutions. So I started by giving like the targets of this goal, like the official targets and the facts and figures that we have so far. And I'd say like what we did is like kind of concentrate on Kenya, like on the situations that we are seeing recently, like police brutality and all of that. Like, do we think that the government has actually put in support for strong institutions in our country? Like, and we could see that it hasn't really happened. Like, there's no strong institution, and especially during this time, this pandemic, like we can see that very visibly, like that we have failed in that section. So what can we do as young people, like to contribute towards that? And
to even like spread more awareness that there is a need for this, so I can say that in that session, we just like sparked our thoughts, like we got more aware. Yeah. And then for SDG 17, that's partnership for the goals. We saw that we did the same thing, the targets for the goal and also like the facts and figures so far. And we saw that the biggest challenge for SDG 17 was that the aid levels are falling, like donor countries are not living up to their ends of the deal. And that in turn affects the progress of the other countries. And for this goal, the like major areas that they focus on is like finance, technology, and partnership in all of those areas. So for something like technology, there's increased use of internet, but how come in developing countries, like a lot of people, or rather young people, don't have access to the internet, while you'll see in a country like Rwanda, there's 4G internet everywhere and you can have it on your phone. Like how come that's possible in a country like Rwanda, but we can't adapt the same in Kenya, like why are we not why are we not working on that? And we saw that the failure of progress on the SDG 17 has affected other SDGs, for example, quality education, because right now we can't have online learning. And that's affected the quality of education in our country and just shows us that now we failed on 2 SDGs. And yeah, like we really need to work on that. And yes, that's what we discussed. I'd say we focused on more on awareness and like just sparking up our thoughts. Yeah.
Thank you so much for that brief summary. It was amazing. I'm really loving whatever was happening in the groups. I really wish I'd been in all the rooms. Yeah, so we'd go to the next one because you started with 4. We can go to 3, room 3. Room 3. Okay.
I
Room
think
2.
let's just move on to the next one. Yeah.
Room 2. Okay. Going once. Probably do. Oh, okay. Hi.
Room 2. Hi, my name is Lynn. I'll be talking about SDG 8 and SDG 4, which is quality education and decent work and economic growth. So in quality education, which is SDG 4, the target is to ensure that all girls and boys complete free primary school education and secondary school education by 2030. Aim to provide equal access to affordable vocational training to eliminate gender and wealth disparities. So what can we do as the youth is to make funding schools a priority, to raise standards for teachers, to put classroom running and curriculum building decisions in the hands of the community, to acknowledge and address overcrowding, and apply minimum living wages with the full involvement of social partners. So moving on to SDG 8, which is decent work and economic growth. So the targets by UN is to end human trafficking, slavery, to young army recruiting, and all other inhuman forms of child labor. So another one is to create productive employment everywhere and for all people and all workers of the same level and reward the same value. And the last one is to bridge the gap between men and women in employment. So the contribution to decent work and economic growth is to improve labor market governance, to reduce the proportion of youth not in employment, education, or training, to achieve full and productive employment and decent work for all women and men, to create jobs, to strengthen the capacity of domestic financial institutions, and to promote development-oriented policies. So what we can do as the youth is to be innovative, to use creativity, especially talents, to volunteer as an intern in any company or any industry whatsoever, and to donate to charity, to organizations that recognize the true importance of economic growth. That is it for room 2.
Wow, that's really amazing. Oh wow. Okay.
I'll share the presentation with you guys via
Pardon?
WhatsApp. I'll share the presentation with you guys via WhatsApp.
Thank you so much. That would be lovely. Please do. So is room 1 and room 3 available, or do we head to the next part of the?
I'm here.
Okay, amazing.
Okay, so who's the disabled participant screen sharing? Oh, okay. So oh, I can't share my screen. Okay, sir. So in room 1, we talked about SDG 7 and 12. And we got to understand a little bit of why we are doing the Youth for Global Goals Summit and why we all need to come collectively as the youth. And AIESEC, being the largest organization run by the youth, needs to focus on these goals and its attainment by the year 2030. So we have around 9 years left. I mean, 10 years left right now, but we could cancel 2020, right? Because it's been one hell of a year. So we could say nine years left. And basically, we talked about the switch, something I call the switch, as in the switch to mean what do we need to do as the youth, you know? So let me share my screen. Okay. So on SDG 7, affordable and clean energy, we took some time to understand what clean energy really is or really means. And then on SDG 12, we really dived deep to understand what responsible consumption and production really is. And so the switch in both of them was that as businesses and as individuals, we need to use our power, our innovative power and everything to try and attain this. So we got to see how they relate to other SDGs, of which we understood that all these SDGs really work together, because one SDG can't live without the other. To have responsible consumption and production, we need to teach our children how to change. We need to teach them how to be responsible, and that's quality education. So if there's poor education, you know, it kind of spills over. So you find that you can't achieve really goal 12 and you can't achieve really goal 7. And this reflects behind the whole motive of the SDGs, to leave no one behind. And we discussed the targets and what we could do as individuals. And first of all, it was like accepting that we need to transition from old methods, like, you know, cooking stoves and stuff that relates to clean energy and everything. And then the switch on responsible consumption, we need to, there's something I called material needs. So we know we all want that Gucci bag, we want that leather belt and everything. So the development of these products needs to be sustainable, such that if you want a Lacoste leather strap for your watch, they don't need to kill crocodiles all over Indonesia or somewhere else so that you can get that product at that high price. Or if you really want that premium coconut oil, it's called premium palm oil for your skin, they don't need to deforestate the whole of Borneo forest to get the palm trees and everything, you know. So that's kind of what we talked about, and the targets and why you should care as the youth, even though you have electricity, even though you think you're responsible in your own way. And AIESEC's role in this whole SDG. Yes.
Okay, are you done? Your microphone is muted.
Yes, I'm done.
Oh, okay. So thank you so much. That was really amazing. And that, like, I was in that team, so that you guys all know that was my team. Anyway,
I will drop the link to the presentation right now if you really want to download it.
Thank you. I'm loving how much we're having intense and really amazing conversations about the SDGs. It's really amazing to see young people be able to talk about these things. And what I pray for every day is that we're able to implement, we're able to work towards them, not just know them. I feel like right now we are past that phase of just awareness. Now we need to start working on whatever we talk about and whatever we learn. So I really hope after this summit we will start looking at what SDGs are there and how can I work towards probably making 2030 happen. As Hillary said, we have only probably 9 years because we can cancel out 2020. We have like 9 years to go and we really need to start working on them. And so at this point, we are having the introduction of the OC. So for people who don't know what the OC stands for, this is the organizing committee. And behind every successful event is a group of people who've worked their way up. Like they've sacrificed a lot of things. They haven't slept. They've just been working to get amazing speakers, to get the delegates here, to get everything work, and to just go, like just joining the blocks and making it a successful event. And so we shouldn't take them for granted. And that's why I'll probably give Maureen, the OCP, that's the organizing committee president, to come forth and present her team and tell us more about how the journey was, so that we're able to understand what we went through. And if there's someone else who would probably want to organize such an event, would probably know where to start from. Yeah, so Maureen, the floor is yours, you and your team.
Hi, thank you. Thank you. Sorry, I have something to present, but just give me 1 minute. But yeah, thanks you for coming, guys, and for sticking till the end. Like, it's been an amazing 2 days. Yes, I'm just very grateful. Sorry, I'm waiting for to be able to share my screen. Yeah, because I'm using my laptop.
Yeah, it's all right now, Maureen. It's okay.
Okay. Okay. So yes, I want to introduce my team, the people who have put their heart and their time for this event. And by the way, let me tell you, these people, you know, they did all of this within 2 weeks. I just want you to know that this took 2 weeks. So yes, let's start. So first up, we can, okay, please send drum rolls, drum roll emojis on the chat box. But first up, this is the lady who came up with this whole idea. This project is her child, literally. The very special Waringa. Waringa, the floor is yours. You can tell us okay, who you are, your role, and what the one thing you've taken away from this experience, whether it be the summit or your experience planning. Yeah.
Hey, AIESEC.
What's
up?
What's up? Hey.
Ngugi.
Okay, guys. I want to say thank you first for everyone in attendance, and most especially Terry and Lagat for showing up both days. Your presence is highly appreciated. I was the OC manager for OC Takeshi, and I can say that my greatest takeaway from this is the essence of teamwork. This wouldn't have been possible without a team. It was just a vision, but it wouldn't have come together and been a success if I didn't have such amazing people behind me. The second thing is I've learned about how to be a better leader and how to manage people or delegate duties, to just let go and believe that they're capable of doing what needs to be done. The other thing is during the breakout rooms, I've gotten to understand the action points for each SDG. And for us, like our first vision was creating awareness, understanding sustainability, and then now action. And I feel like the third part has actually been, realized. And so that's the next step. Like, what are we now going to do about it? Now that we know what we can do, are we going to take charge? Then the other thing is to ask for help when I'm in need. And lastly, I've gotten motivation to do me and believe in me, because I've seen people, like two of the speakers were talking about how they've also faced the imposter syndrome and they're still doing great things. So yes, that's my takeaway from the summit. Thank you.
Hey, Waringa. Thank you for that. So let's go. Next up we have uh oh, okay. It's me. Okay, hi guys, I'm Maureen. I was the organizing committee president for this summit, and like I can say one thing that I've taken from this experience is the importance of teamwork and having a team that has everyone is focused on their work, like everyone is doing their part. And I can tell you, like for real, like for this event to happen the way it happened and for it to be a success, it's because of each of these people. Like no one ever missed a meeting, everyone was always available, you text them at any time to do any little thing, no one complained. Like people were ready and everyone had the vision of this summit in mind. Like I love this team's commitment to the vision that we had. And like that's just what I can say, the biggest thing I've gotten from this experience. And I actually feel kind of sad. I feel kind of sad because it's the end, but I'm thankful. And thank you for all of you for showing up and hyping us up and participating. Like those are the things I'm most thankful for, the people. Yeah, the people. So before I start crying, let's take it over to the next person. Drum rolls, please. I think before I put whoever is next, you should know she's the one who talked to Sam. You know, when Sam was saying like, don't be afraid to talk to people. This is her. Up next. Good, you can go ahead.
Good. Good.
Hey, I love the energy, guys.
Good.
We are sorry. Please address us.
Chairman.
Killers.
Hey.
Okay, so thanks guys for all the support. I'm Diana Gudu, Social Work and Projects Coordinator, AIESEC in MOI, and for this summit, I doubled up as the OC Vice President, Business Development. So my greatest takeaway from the summit would definitely be what Sam said about not being afraid to talk to anyone. You just shoot your shot, because while sourcing speakers for this event, I took so many L's, as in unapewa response, msako like, okay, it's a great idea, but we won't be able to participate, or you don't get a response at all. So yeah, I just like to say, just shoot your shot. Like, if I didn't shoot my shot with Sam, he wouldn't have been here, and all the other speakers also. And also that teamwork makes the dream work. I worked with an amazing, amazing, amazing team. As in, I don't think I have any complaints. Hey, Ositakeshi, thank you for this experience. Asante sana.
Hey, thank you. Good. Thank you.
Good. Ooh.
So, up next we have drum rolls, please. Yeah, Tor. Yeah, Tor. You're wondering why the Kahoot was so hard, why you couldn't win. Well, the master won.
Ah, la, 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 la.
Tunataka kumuona.
Wow, 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 wow.
Tunataka kumuona.
Okay.
We have to see you. We have to see you.
We have to see you. Hey.
Mtawasha video afterwards. But thank you guys for attending. It really means a lot. My name is Sharon Yatol, OCVP, Logistics and Agenda. As you've heard, yeah, I was behind the Kahoots, yeah, and also developing this project of SDG, where people go discuss in rooms. Yeah, so I was also in charge of the program here. Key things that I've learned from this experience were importance of time planning, like doing everything early so that avoiding these scenarios where you're doing things last minute, how sensitive teamwork is, because that those three departments, if one fails, the whole thing has failed. So yeah, and working under pressure peer. Yeah, that has really been my greatest takeaway. So yeah, thank you guys for coming. It really means a lot, especially for those who stayed for both day 1 and day 2. Yeah.
Hey, Tor, thank you. By the way, I forgot to say, for those who do AIESEC Kenya trivia, you know that number 1 that you always see, or that she's always there. You'll always see her name there. She's our champion as AIESEC in MOI. But yeah.
Anabeba entity nzima.
You know. Okay, so next up we have drum rolls, please. You know, the person who is hosting this thing, who's working behind the scenes.
Yes.
Oh no.
Hey!
Big man Basu. Hey.
Fundi wa mitambo, Rono.
Anyway, hi, my name is Rono. I was the logistics and agenda manager. My experience being in Ositakeshi has been just overwhelmingly great. Great team, great minds. I've learned to take L's from speakers like Aman and what have you. Yes, things that I've taken away from this summit. 1, my mental health comes first. Teamwork works. We are not limited to one career path. The options out there are unlimited. Progress over perfection. Never be afraid to talk to anyone. The question, how can I help you? And set intention with time in mind. Yes. Anyway, it has been a pleasure working with you guys. Thanks for coming for the summit. It wouldn't be a success without you being present. To all our friends, the guests invited, I just want to say a lot of thanks. Yes, stay safe and yeah, nothing else to say. It has been a pleasure.
Okay. Thank you, Rono. Thank you. So next up, we are introducing the marketing team. So these are the people who will hype up everything. You see those pretty posters, you're wondering who will you call to hire? Yeah, don't worry. We'll introduce them now. You can see them on the side. So let me have some drum rolls, please. Welcome.
Jerry ako wapi?
Njeri is here.
Sawa. So,
Ah, la,
I'm
la, 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 la. Malcolm.
So thank you. My name is Malcolm Ado, CVP Marketing. Thanks for everyone who joined this call, by the way, especially the people who are here yesterday and today. In marketing, basically, we did on the content creation, the social media engagement, and communication of the event. It was a really wonderful experience. I love the team that we had together. It was marvelous. Also, shout out to my marketing manager, Jerry. We had an amazing team. We had sleepless nights, man. They're making posters, the emails, those videos and stuff. It was an amazing experience. The main thing I can say I learned on this was teamwork and planning ahead yourself. Plan yourself well ahead. And then also I'd say getting uncomfortable. Like for me to be able to apply for this role, I really had to get uncomfortable. So shout out to the team, Osi Takeshi, Waringa, Motin, Diana, Manurono, Njeri. I hope sijacha mtu. You all are the real MVPs, man. I had the best experience, so thank you.
MVPs.
Likewise.
Thank you, Malcolm. And lastly, but certainly not least, because her skills, oh my God.
Hey,
like,
are we ready?
Drum rolls, please. Jerry, Nana.
Hey!
Wow.
What are you doing?
Who turned up the heat?
Why though?
Who turned up the heat in here, manze?
Asanteni. My name is Njeri Nganga, marketing manager. I have had an amazing time planning this summit with an amazing team, Osi Takeshi. And my biggest takeaway from this entire summit is awareness on the SDGs, on mental health, on creation and creative industries, everything generally, and how I as an individual can impact the world, our country, with the skills I have, with my talents, the small things and everything. The small things are everything. Thank you again for attending. It really means a lot to us as a team and to me as an individual. Thank you.
I have a question.
Pangwama.
Yeah.
Ask.
People are asking, are you single?
Waambie wa slide pale kwa DMs nitawaambia.
Thank you.
Tawezana.
Don't be afraid. You remember what Sam said? Ask, put yourself out there. But yeah, that's our team, and
I'd say like I know you guys are wondering, what does Takeshi mean? Just some weird random word. Did we just find a random word? No. It has a meaning that we thought is like what we wanted to be as we're working on this summit. So Takeshi is a Japanese word and it translates to unbending or unwavering, like a bamboo stick. I don't know if you've ever seen a bamboo stick, but it's very hard to break. Like I don't even know if it can be broken, but it's very hard to break no matter how much force you put on it. And that's what we wanted to be. We wanted to be the team that no matter what comes in the way of us planning this summit, we'll keep the summit's vision in our minds and move forward. Like no matter what comes, we still move forward. And I can say for sure this team, this group of amazing people have shown that completely. So as I say my last remarks, I just say like thank you for everyone who has come. Honestly, I hope you've learned something. Like those sessions have been so impactful. Like I didn't expect them to be so you know, to get me thinking like of things I hadn't thought of before. And I hope the same has happened for you. If you were here, if you're watching on YouTube, and yeah, just thank you for coming. I hope you've learned something, and thank you for my organizing committee. I appreciate you guys so much. And yeah, all the best with the rest of your day. I think I'd pass it over back to the moderators, Boari or Max. Yeah.
Woo, 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 woo. Hey, do we get to ask them questions?
Maxwell. Can we see Waringa? I'll make a video after this.
Wow. Okay. Now, I don't know what I'm gonna moderate right now. What am I moderating again? I don't see anything to moderate right
Max,
now.
Max, do we get the opportunity to ask them questions?
Ask who questions? Sorry.
The entire OC about the experiences, you know, the challenges they faced.
I think you're very privileged since you're in the group. You can just get the numbers from there. I think so.
Amazing.
Hey, Steve, we know who you want to ask, but it's okay, bruh.
Sawa. Guys, I think from me, I just want to thank you, everyone, for making this very, very intentional and making time for this. Time is one of the most invaluable resources. I think I don't know how to express it, but it is a very, very big thank you to everyone from YouTube to this Zoom call, from the group, everyone who has been sending in positive vibes and everything. Yeah, so that is from me, and thank you for participating in the punch chat with me and Boari. Yeah, so thank you. Maybe we'll see each other someday, some other time, in some other forum. As Ron said, continue staying safe. Yeah, Corona itaisha too. Yeah. So yeah, thank you everyone. YouTube guys, watu wa hapa pia. Thank you. Boari, you will take over, then invite the person who's gonna give a general vote of thanks for this summit before we close.
I thought you were going to do that. But yeah, I will just go ahead and invite Elsie to give the vote of thanks. She is the LCP of MOI. Yes, so she will take over.
Thank you so much, buddy. Before I do a vote of thanks, I want to recognize our very able MCP, and that is Jemima. So I'd first like her to say something, then I can close off. So Jemima.
All right, thanks, Elsie. Hey everyone. Hey AIESEC.
What's up?
What's up?
Wow, it's great that you guys have so much energy, even as we are.
What's up?
What's up?
Yeah, so Elsie has insisted that I say hi to you guys. So that's pretty much what I'm saying. Hi, everyone. Yeah, this has been a great platform. I've been able to come in for a few sessions here and there since yesterday. And I guess just like everyone has said, the organizing committee has done an incredible job. You guys have done a really, really wonderful job. And I'd like to commend you all. And I believe even as we close off this meeting, this summit, every single member of AIESEC in MOI should feel proud because of the innovation to have such a summit during the pandemic. And also the list of speakers has been impeccable. I'm sure that all the delegates have been able to learn a thing or two. So yeah, this has been a beautiful space, and I'm glad that I've been part of this. And I'm also glad that you guys are doing an amazing job right now as one of our local entities in AIESEC in Kenya. Yeah, so all the very best with all the other initiatives you'll take up within the year. And also to the delegates, I hope that you guys are able to implement all the things that you've learned. So knowledge is power, but it's only power if you implement it. So all the very best, guys. And back to you, Elsie. Thanks for the opportunity.
Amazing. Thank you, Jemima, for that. And even as I start my vote of thanks, I'll give 2 knock-knock jokes, so indulge me. So knock-knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Who's there?
As
who?
is about to go down.
Down.
I won't leave you. I won't leave you. I won't leave you. I won't leave you. The last one. Knock-knock.
Who's there?
Who's there?
Pat.
Pat who?
Pat who?
Pat who? Pat go.
But who?
Pat go.
I'm sorry, I'm having technical difficulties. Okay. It's participating, especially by everyone's presence here itself. Makes a whole difference to what Y4GG stands for. So I'm really thankful for everyone who actually has made time to attend for the summit. I remember yesterday we were talking about self-reflection. So getting to understand what you're passionate about and why, and your why for any initiative that you want to plug in. And today, something that has been really across the board is invest in yourself. So I'd say, I think this is the last pillar for Maslow's hierarchy, which is self-actualization. So from Tracy talking about, removing the feeling of self-doubt, because you yourself know your history of definitive successes. So deleting that need to be perfect, to have things laid down and understand that you're working from where you are to make yourself better was amazing. I'll quote one thing that I learned from the MCP about this, and it is actually fail early, fail often, and fail forward. Because once you are able to remove that cognitive bias of, I don't know kama nitachaguliwa, I don't know if this will work, by the many experiences or the many opportunities that you take up, it becomes so easy kusema, I've been here. I don't doubt myself anymore because I've failed so much. I've taken so many wins. I've taken so many losses that it becomes something normal to you. To even Stephanie, who was talking about youth unemployment and is it regional integration? She talked about proactivity, and that is still investing in yourself. So pushing yourself to take up opportunities, and this is by repackaging yourself. Make yourself lucrative to be chosen. So if it's a company that requires 1, 2, 3, 4, make sure you have that added advantage that will make yourself be picked out of a group of people. And that was really inspiring. So not actually waiting for jobs or opportunities, but making yourself to be chosen or to be one of the elites. That was really amazing. To Patricia, she was talking about creative industries, and that is just being innovative with the resources that you have right now. Is it your talent? Is it your hobby? And work towards getting opportunities. Work towards getting opportunities from it, because you do have what it takes. All you need is that drive. All you need is that support, and setting that expectation for you to reach your goal. Because all that we're doing, even in this life as you're going, is growing, trying to develop yourself as an entity, as an individual, and that was amazing. To our last speaker, who was Sam Vega, points upon points. Yani, I didn't know the question that you ask in a room full of business people. So trying to affirm that anyway, me, I'll offer the support. So how can I help you? And not being afraid to ask, something that has been seen from even the OC when they were getting the speakers, to the last point of know what you want from every meeting. Yani, if there was a hashtag I would create, it would be hashtag be like Sam. Be the first with the initiatives that you're having. Don't be too afraid to say, it's not yet like 100%, it's not the best one, or you're afraid, you're not motivated enough with the project that you want to do. I'd say hashtag be like Sam, be the first, take the initiative, ask that question, give that opinion that will be able to table out what you're saying. And that was, I loved the speakers. And even from yesterday, if you can see the YouTube video that was there to today, it's all synchronized to what we were talking about. So get your passion so that you can be able to know which SDG are you standing for. Invest in yourself. So how can I be able to make a project? What Ezra was saying yesterday, this was mad. This was amazing. I'd like to thank the moderators. I still stand at your ability to create a safe space for people, like both the speakers and the delegates. You bring so much inclusivity and energy. And I hope this experience, the way it has made you get out of your comfort zone. Like we'll see you in more platforms. We'll see you taking up more opportunities. Max, I know you have, your Bliss Entertainment, and keep on keeping on. The punch chat, nakwambia moderators, really informative, though ya leo ilikuwa deep. Who would have thought of non-profit organization, that was amazing. My next vote of thanks goes to the OC, and that is OC Takeshi. You guys have been fierce with what you want to do. Your thinking, your execution, and the way you're not afraid to jump or to leap to the unknown. And the way Good was saying, getting those partners, I was getting L's, but you were still pushing on. But attend your Instagram, I remember Adi Waringa telling me, like, how will we ensure that guy from Boston, can be able to attend the summit? And you guys kept on pushing forward. And that was really admirable from my point of view. Thank you for making this summit possible. You met your objectives, and I can hear from the OCP, you guys have done SDG awareness with the dispersion rooms. You guys have been able to link people with the initiatives that are there, and I think there's going to be output for the different opportunities that people can take up that run for the SDG, and that was really amazing. I hope that every delegate has been able to, that ambition has been sparked in you. You've learned so much from this summit, and I hope you're getting out of here energized. Ni kama kulikuwa na motivation speaker. I'm not sure if people met Pepe Minambo, but that motivation speaker alikuwa anataka kufanya feel hata KCSE ingekuja kesho, so I hope that's the same motivation you guys are feeling right now. And I cannot wait to see more opportunities that every member in the OC right now will take up in the future. Which other platforms are you going to give the delegates and everyone else? Before I go to the delegates, I'd like every person to actually drop down which entity you're coming from. I'd like to recognize every entity that is being, that is being showcased here. So even if you're from YouTube, just drop from where you're coming from. Is it, UG, is it TZ? Just drop from where you're coming from so that we can actually be able to recognize your efforts to make this summit amazing. So to the delegates, your presence, your commitment to joining these sessions, and your open-mindedness to learn from different people, from the different speakers, has been unfathomable. Yani, I'm really overjoyed that you took your time and made it here. So I'll end with two more things, which is one, they say educate the educated, because they tend to forget that the knowledge they have is really powerful. And this has been a space where everyone has learned a lot, that you've been enlightened and you've seen so much, or you've been in, like, you have been able to understand so much that you didn't know. And that to me is okay. Like I know from my point of view, even as AIESEC in MOI, we did our best. So now my question to you is, are you going to sit down after all this? And I'll echo Sam. This is a conversation that doesn't end with the summit. This is a conversation that now, you can take up even in your own entity. What SDG will you guys be championing for even for the next 3 years, and be, it can be down the line. So I'd say sit down, find that niche that you guys want to cover, and let's bring action. I like the way Jimo said, knowledge becomes wisdom once the input has become output. So much has been given to us. So much input has been driven with this summit. But now, how do we move from the planning to implementing? And that's the question I'll leave for you. How do you want to live, or what do you want to leave behind after all this? I'm really sorry that my my camera keeps on. Terry kwanza nyamaza. But let me try putting it on again. Ni stand yenye niko nayo iko na shida. So guys, okay. Sawa. So let me just read from the chat box. The different entities that are here. You guys can do also, what do we call them? Sugar cubes. So go and text privately to that moderator, to that attendee, what you've learned from this session, this whole experience. What's that one little thing? Let's listen to it. That was one little thing you want to tell guys. So I can see AIESEC in USIU Africa, AIESEC in JQuat, AIESEC in KU. Hey, y'all are amazing. Thanks for showing up. And I hope that we get to actually do something from what we have already learned today. So I'll take it back to Maureen or to Waringa. Yeah, I think that's it from me. Hey, Sam, by the way, Sam made us understand how to do the YouTube thingy and the co-host. So from me to you, Sam, thank you so much. I see Havila is here. We had Derek Chemao here. To all the other presidents, showing up and having your entities here really means a lot to me. And tupatane Chambers, thank you so much. So Maureen or Waringa, what do we have next? If it's, you can do the videos. Let me just hand it over to you.
Okay, yeah, that's the end of the summit. I think now we'll just have roll calls. Yeah, as we leave the call at our own pleasure. And when you Elsie amesema about the sugar cubes, if you have anything you want to say to anyone, waongelesha hapo kando. But okay, our DJ Rono, please play us something.
Woo! Roll call.
Guys, I take this time to remind you that it's Furahi Day, manze. So cheer up. Cheer up.
You know, summit imeisha sasa. It's over. It's over. All right.
Najua Osi mnataka kulala leo. You've not slept the last 2 days, but
Yeah. Last 2 days or 5 days. Osita Kenshi. Our sleepovers.
Steve wako wapi? Nino Dipo.
Oh, nani.
Show us some of your moves, bruh.
Hello, Pesu. Capital. Hey.
Guys, who that's this roll call?
Steve, this roll call.
Yes.
Throwback to the days we had conferences.
You know, my favorite roll call in Akongelia one wine. That without one wine roll call. That's my favorite one.
Yeah, Max, what happened to the chair choreography?
On peut pas faire jouer si on y dit coco. Meilleur reste son nom, l'échelle coco. Pani l'autre, pas de Chanel coco. Je vous dis la vie, vous savez pour tout.
But when you baby come in my heart, devoted like I am a religion, when I hit the road. All of you is supposed to go stay, but I need the one but you better go. All the sights is just be play, and they know my baby give me them. Anything I do, she give me them. I just come with a mighty. Every day she go mighty. My baby, baby, boom, 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 baby, boom. All I am in the boom, madam, scum. Baby, boom, 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 baby, boom. All I am in the boom, madam, scum.
We won't judge tests.
She like it.
We won't judge. I promise.
And a guy that my baby give me them. Anything I do, she give me them. I just come with a mighty. Every day she sugar mighty. My baby give me them. Anything I do, she give me them. I just come with a
Tess, don't fear going fast.
Oh, don't
fear going fast. Yes.
Melissa kona kim emoji.
Mine, kwa mine.
Alikuwa amesave babe. Come save mine. Sababu alikuwa amesave. God Jesus.
Yes, what are you talking about?
I know, guys. I'm just like, I'm like, what?
Wow. But anyway.
Wow.
Melissa, ako call by the.
I've never seen.
Hi.
What is vulnerability? What is vulnerability?
Roll calls, guys. Let's dance roll calls.
Sawa, let me.
Hi.
Do your mimi.
Hey.
Let me stand up. Hey.
Lost this.
I won't leave you.
Yes.
I won't leave you.
Yes.
I won't leave you. Hey, ngoja. Let's pause.
Sis.
Yes.
Else,
Yeah?
let it be noted.
Alafu. Ati?
Guys, we are live.
Oh my God. What? We are live. What?
You just stream and Mariga. Hey, what's up, man? Hey, I see you.